Good morning, everyone. We are live from Council Chambers, and before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery will take direction from security, and Council will take direction from myself. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit, and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security, and please speak with security if you require first aid. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nukora Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. We'll do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
And Councillor Paquette is absent due to illness. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cardwell.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Okay. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, I'll move that the June 10th, 2025 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes: the addition of item 6.1, Downtown Action Plan Attachment 5, 7.6, honoraria and expenses for our city agenda policy updates, and replacement reports or attachments on item 7.2, prioritization of renewal in 2027 to 2030, Financial Corporate Services Report, and item 7.8, City Policy C601, Affordable Housing Investment Guidelines, Community Services Report CS02586, and attachments 1, 2, 3, and 7, as well as deletion of item 9.2, Collective Bargaining Update, Verbal Report.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the May 20th, 2025 City Council public hearing and the May 21st, 23rd, 2025 City Council meeting.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Councillor Wright. Okay. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. Councillor Stevenson, you have one?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. I want to thank everyone for coming this morning for this really important protocol item. Today we're honoring the life and legacy of Lynn Hanley, who passed away on April 26, 2025. Her tireless advocacy, passionate leadership, and countless contributions to community development have touched the lives of so many Edmontonians. She leaves a lasting legacy on the landscape of our city. Lynn was born on December 10th, 1946, one day before the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was taken up at the United Nations General Assembly. The UN later adopted the declaration on her second birthday and later marked December 10th as Human Rights Day. No doubt a coincidence, but fitting nonetheless, given Lynn's dedication to improving the lives of others, especially when it came to housing. Lynn was at the forefront of housing advocacy. From the start, she believed housing is a right, not a privilege of a select few, as she is quoted in the Edmonton Journal and saying in the Edmonton Journal in 1975, just 3 years after founding Communitas, an organization dedicated to helping people find housing and shape the places they call home. At the start, Lynn was the only full-time employee of Communitas, working with only a part-time secretary and a few volunteers. But over the years, it grew considerably and has been involved in the development of more than 65 projects that provide housing for over 2,200 households. One way or another, as her colleagues have said, Lynn had a hand in all of them as the organization's managing director. They remember her as a dedicated, driven, and selfless visionary who embraced innovative ideas and rarely backed down from a challenge. Over the years, there have been countless projects that Lynn has helped bring to fruition, either directly or indirectly, including co-ops, affordable homes, and permanent supportive housing. Lynn was always looking for ways of creating homes that truly met the needs of the individuals living in them. In the 1970s, Lynn helped open what would later be known as Wind House, Edmonton's first government-funded women's shelter, and at the time, the only one in Canada to accept mothers and children fleeing domestic violence. Hundreds of women and children continue to find refuge through Wind House every year. Her innovative approach carried on through the decades, including serving as project manager for Ambrose Place, which opened in 2014 to provide some of the first permanent supportive housing in Edmonton, and providing supports needed for Indigenous peoples living with disabilities and mental health conditions. Beneath a resume stacked with awards, board appointments, published research, and so much more, Lynn is also credited with supporting the development of Operation Friendship, the Boyle Street Co-op, and the Edmonton Coalition on Housing and Homelessness. She was tuned into the needs of her neighbors, had the grit to effect change, and empowered others to do the same. I had the privilege to work with Lynn on a number of projects from my time at the Right at Home Housing Society, including work on Ambrose Place, creating a novel joint ownership agreement on the Omamuwango Gamik project, and early exploration of the multicultural health brokers, refugee and newcomer housing. My most abiding memory of Lynn is how she would face seemingly insurmountable difficulties with a wave and a scoff. "Oh, they'll be fine. We'll figure it out," she'd say. While never ignoring the challenges, she refused to be daunted by them. This ability to focus on the horizon of possibility instead of the obstacles in the way is what I think allowed her to bring so many valuable and aspirational projects to fruition. I wanted to share a quotation that I understand was close to Lynn's heart. "This planet belongs to a whole family of humans, plants, and other beings, some of whom are dead, many of whom are living, and most of whom are yet unborn." This is certainly a fitting reflection, as generations of Edmontonians to come will benefit from Lynn's passion, commitment, and vision. On behalf of my council colleagues and the City of Edmonton, we offer our recognition and profound gratitude for her contributions to our city. Lynn will be greatly missed by those who knew her, and we share heartfelt condolences with her family, friends, and colleagues. I hope that her memory will continue to inspire others to take up her work and engage in building a better community for everyone. Thank you.
And some of Lynn's friends and family are joining us, right? So is it okay if I have any one of you would like to say a few words? We would love to, if you want to, like if you feel comfortable. But we want to thank you for joining us, and thank you, Councillor Stevenson, for acknowledging Lynn's contributions and her dedication to the city. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that you took the time to be with us today. Okay. All right. Any other protocol items? Okay. Now we are going to go to select items for debate. Okay, select items for debate. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I would like to select items 7.2 and 7.7.
7.2, 7.7, okay.
Yeah, that's it for me.
Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. 6.1, although I'm not sure it has to be selected, but in case it does.
Yes, it must be selected, yeah.
Just because it's continuing, so I'm
Yeah.
not clear. And then 7.1, please.
7.1. Councillor Tang?
6.3, which is continuing business, and then 7.6.
6.3, right?
6.3 and 7.6.
Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to select 6.2. It would only be for voting purposes for myself unless someone else has questions on it.
6.2. Thank you. I will select 7.4 and 7.5. Okay. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. I'll select item 9.1.
9.1, okay. Okay, so 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 7.1, 7.2, 7.4, 7.5, 7.6, 7.7, and 9.1 are selected. Can someone move the balance, please?
I'll move the remaining.
Second.
Okay. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
It's not coming through. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Can you please read back to us what we have approved?
Thank you, Mayor. This morning, Council has passed the recommendations in the following reports without debate. Item 7.3, 2025 Tax Public Auction Resolution. Item 7.8, City Policy C601 Affordable Housing Investment Guidelines. Item 7.9, Ellerslie Road Expansion, White Mud Creek Crossing Environmental Impact Assessment. And item 7.10, Arterial Road Paving Renewal Analysis.
Thank you. Request to speak. We do not hear from members of the public at council, so we'll carry on with that tradition. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move first reading of items 8.1 and 8.2.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of items 8.1 and 8.2.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of items 8.1 and 8.2.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21138 and bylaw 21139.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any councillor inquiries? See none. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule reports, none. Unfinished business, we have few. 6-1 is, oh, I gotta jog my memory now. There was a motion, subsequent motion from Councillor Cartmel that was, then when there's another replacement motion from Councillor Paquette, right?
Yes, absolutely. Councillor Cartmel had a subsequent motion on the floor, and there was an amendment put forward by Councillor Paquette, which would have replaced the text, and that is what is currently on the floor before
Right.
you.
And Councillor Paquette is not here. He's sick, and so council members can't really ask questions to him because he's not present. So what I would suggest, if okay with council, is that we move this item to the back of the agenda. Maybe we'll deal with it tomorrow if Councillor Paquette is feeling better. Is that okay, colleagues?
So
Councillor Carter?
moved.
Okay. Okay.
Second.
Yeah. Okay.
Postpone until the end of the agenda.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And 6.2 bylaw 21063 to amend bylaw 2039 City of Edmonton Integrated Infrastructure Services Project Climate Resilient City Facility Upgrade Amendment 3 only for voting purposes, Councillor Principe. Okay, so who would like to, this was just, hold on, from, this came from the council, but before that came from the committee, right?
No, it would
was
not
came-
have. This,
Directly came to council?
yes, this
Okay,
is a
so-
borrowed bylaw.
Okay, someone would like to move the bylaw?
So moved. Second.
Okay. That's the first, okay, and the second, okay. All right, anyone like to speak? No, I'm sorry? No, just voting. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move third reading.
Third reading. Who seconded?
Second.
Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. 6.3, regional update laid over from May 22nd, 23rd, 2025 City Council meeting. Section 24, advice from the officials. 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body, of Freedom of Information and Privacy Act. So we need to go in camera for this
Yes.
item. Can someone
I can
move that?
move, I can move, we move into private, subject to sections 24 and 25 of the FOIP Act.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
You can could just give us a moment.
Okay.
Get the chair, clerk, go back to the chair. Nancy, go back. Okay, are we ready? Nancy, are we back in public?
Yes, we are.
Okay, Councillor Tang, you want to move the motion?
Sure. I'll move that the actions outlined in attachment 2 of the May 21st, 2025 Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 02793 be approved, and that this report remain private pursuant to sections 24 and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Knack? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, next one is 7-1. Spring 2025 Supplemental Capital Budget Adjustment 2023-2026 Capital Budget. We'll go to administration for a presentation or remarks. Please go ahead.
So good morning. As my team makes their way in here, we don't have a presentation, but I do have some opening remarks. The spring supplemental capital budget adjustment allows the city to make regular updates to the approved four-year capital budget in response to changing project needs, emerging issues, and changing priorities. In this report, we're recommending adjustments resulting in the $75 million net increase to the 2023 to 2026 capital budget, which is about 0.7% of the approved $11 billion capital budget. The adjustments include new neighborhood renewal reserve funding for 2027 and beyond, neighborhood renewal work, safety and security enhancements in public recreation, attraction, and cultural facilities, and renovations to the Kennedale building. The adjustments are offset by federal funding for supportive housing projects in Kenora and Garneau, along with the decision to not move forward with the e-park machine upgrades and the Indigenous Cultural and Wellness Center. The report also flags emerging projects that will require funding in the near future, including base-level development for some school sites, construction of the Windermere District Park, roof replacement of the Rossdale Power Plant, and several transit projects. Tariffs between Canada and the United States could potentially have direct and indirect impacts on the city's capital program. We continue to monitor those closely and assess potential risks to the capital program. We also have for you today an in-private presentation that we will provide when appropriate. Thank you, and we're pleased to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Councillor Cartmel, you exempted this. You want to start, please?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you for the report. I don't have a lot of questions, but I have.
Motion, sorry, Councillor Cartmel.
Well, I'm not prepared to make a motion yet.
Okay, we can get someone else to move it, then I'll come to you.
I can't ask questions about. Okay, go ahead. Whatever you want to do.
Your bylaw does say that at council you should put a motion on the floor before discussion.
At council, yeah. Anyone want to move the motion?
Sure, I can move that. The adjustments, the 2023-2026 capital budget is outlined in attachment 4 of the June 10th, 2025 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02852 be approved. That the adjustments to the 2023-26 capital budget as outlined in attachment 7 of the aforementioned report be approved, and that attachment 7 of the aforementioned report remain private pursuant to sections 16, 19, 24, and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second?
Second.
Okay, now we have motion on the floor. Can we start Councillor Cartmel's time again, please? Councillor Cartmel, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So I'm curious about the Dunluce Neighborhood and Alley Renewal Project, which in the amount of $86.5 million. I've raised concerns about our, just what the scope and cost of our neighborhood projects are before, neighborhood renewal projects are before. And I've taken the time to walk around a few of them. In Castle Downs, in front of my mom and dad's house, which was just recently completed, and in Lessard specifically, a little bit in Otwell too. There are dramatically different scopes to these projects. I look at what's happening in Lessard and what is in progress versus what happened in Castle Downs, in Lorelei, and they're dramatically different. So one of the things I thought that the infrastructure committee would be able to do would be to review cost estimates against scope of projects like this, particularly fairly significant projects like this. So I'm wondering if this particular project could be split out so that we could do a detailed review of the scope of the project, clear details, drawings, layouts, what roads are being affected, what sidewalks are being installed, what bike paths are being installed, that kind of a thing versus a budget. Is that something we could do? What would the impacts be if this particular project was sort of held in abeyance, so to speak, until that infrastructure committee meeting?
Yeah, Councillor Carmel, I would say that all of that work is going on behind the scenes. We'd have to look at current status of where we're at in that design process right now, and this is the budget approval based on our best estimates within that scope. And I have Nicole online too, and she can add more about current status of that, if that's what you're asking about.
Well, I guess in response to that, is part of this budget paying for design work? Is the design incomplete and this budget goes to completing that design work?
I'll let Nicole talk to status of where Dunluce is at.
Morning, Councillor Cartmel. Thanks for the question. Our planning and design is basically done for Dunluce. This is the construction cost because planning and design was already previously approved as part of the neighborhood renewal program. This is for both alley work and as well as the Front Street work with the expectation that the information has been sent out to the community that alley work will start this year, Front Street will start next year. So this will delay the entire neighborhood if we do this.
But it could be done. We could refer this to the infrastructure committee and have a look at scope versus cost and get a better understanding of what we're paying for and what the big elements are. That could be done. A presentation could be created and brought to that committee.
If council so chooses to make that motion, we would do what's requested by council. I think the neighborhood programs have been going on for a long time following the similar process within the policies and guidelines that we've been using. So we'd have to look at implications to timing of tenders and things like that, Councillor. And I can let Nicole add more if she has more to add on that.
I don't have anything more, Craig.
So perhaps to the clerk then, would that be an amendment or what would that look like?
I might want a moment just to check with our CFO, but it sounds like it would be a subsequent motion to bring a report back with more information.
Well, I think wouldn't a subsequent mean that spending proceeds while a report is created? And I'm looking for a conversation before we approve construction funding on this.
Then yes, we could do something either as a held in abeyance or to pull that out, but I just might want a moment with the CFO just to work out what needs to change in what's before you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Rutherford.
I'm so glad that we're letting the councillor of the ward know what we're planning to do with this stuff. To IIS, we've had reports come on neighborhood renewal recently, correct?
That's correct.
And at one point, I know that the residents in the ward were told that the decision point at which any scope changes would need to happen in regards to neighborhood renewal were at that, I think, November presentation on neighborhood renewal.
Yeah, Nicole can confirm, but I believe you're correct on that.
Yeah, November 26th.
And can you remind me what council decided at that meeting?
Council decided that there would be no changes to the neighborhood renewal program as it currently sits from a policy perspective or from a design perspective at this moment in time.
Including the current budget related to the program.
Yeah, so I guess to the clerk, would holding in abeyance to have this discussion again be in order? It's been less than a year.
It has been less than a year, yes. The trouble with budget is it is a bit of a living document. You do constantly amend it, and that we don't obviously reconsider budget every time.
But this isn't a conversation necessarily about budget. It's about debating the scope of neighborhood renewal at infrastructure committee. And Dunluce is getting caught in the crosshairs of that.
That's the tricky piece to this, yes. I think you could have a broader conversation. If I'm hearing both you and Councillor Cartmell, there may be an interest in pulling Dunluce out of.
There is no, to be clear,
Okay.
there is absolutely zero interest from me.
Okay.
I advocated hard for Dunluce to be included in the 4-year budget. I'll ask IAS, what is the current grade level of the infrastructure in Dunluce?
It is in the condition rating that required it to be put in this timeline to be renewed.
And so if it is delayed, what condition rating will those assets be in?
They will continue to degrade, and our maintenance group out of Parks and Roads will have to do more Band-Aid solutions in order to manage the current state from a safety perspective.
And
I think to add to that, Councillor Rutherford, we already went in and did some bridging paving in Dunluce in order to bridge the road in order to get to this point. So the maintenance demands are going to increase exponentially.
And we have already advertised to the community that there is an open house for construction information on June 18th.
That is correct, Councillor, as well as the local improvement levy notices have gone out with a deadline of July 7th for return for sidewalk reconstruction.
Yeah, so can you do, I'm going to do a little bit of description and you can ask me, and then I'm going to ask you if this is a fair description. Sidewalks in Dunluce right now are literally falling apart. We have curbs that are crumbled. We have drainage that is not safe. We have potholes pervasive on the roads.
Correct.
Thank you. I'm going to leave it there for now.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Okay, I'm not going to ask about the neighborhood renewal, so I just want to switch gear a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I understand why the projects are here, what they're here, but just so I can understand. So, for example, when we have like the district park and stuff, the reason why they're prioritized is because of the school accelerator fund.
That is correct, Councillor Tang. They're there because the province has announced school construction at the district park for 2 junior high/high schools there, and it's part of our obligation with the joint use agreement to be able to provide amenities on the school sites associated to programming that happens there, which includes a grade level seed type of thing. And when we have high schools on the district parks, it includes sports fields and a variety of other things as a base level for district level amenities there.
Yeah, and there's others that require match funding, for example, and because the opportunity is here and we must therefore prioritize. Is that correct?
Can you just elaborate on match funding?
So for example, under emerging items.
Yep.
Like public transit, for example. The reason why we're prioritizing, or, you know, the reason why we're talking about it here is because there's grants opportunity, right? Sorry, I feel like this is a question for finance, maybe not for infrastructure. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the transit aspect of the parks and school stuff. I will turn that over to somebody.
I'm just trying to summarize kind of the reason why we're prioritizing some of these.
Rita, are you specifically referencing attachment 8?
No, I'm just talking about the main report. Regardless, I think what I'm really struggling with is, like, I understand all the reasons why we have these on the docket. Something I've been trying to flag for the last 4 years is arterial row widening and expansion. And I'm trying to, like, I've been trying to figure out, like, what is the opportune time to kind of bring that forward? Because growth has significantly increased in the last 3 years. Some of the data we have maybe 3 years ago of our arterial road network, it's changed now. We've seen more roads, more cars on the road. Yesterday during public hearing, we're seeing a lot of congestion as a major factor for community opposition, for rezoning. And every capital budget adjustment, I'm like, is this a time now? Do we have extra funds to kind of dedicate towards that? And I just feel like we're never there. And I know we're really a huge shortfall, but I guess I just want to like put that out there and would love to hear some thoughts on this because it's been very frustrating. And I like, other than 4-year budget cycle, I would have loved to have seen some kind of opportunity during adjustment to respond to the changing conditions.
Okay, so the right time to do something like arterial roads, if you're going to make a major shift, would be as part of the 4-year budget, when you can analyze that particular initiative against all the other things within the capital plan.
Right.
With respect to, so here we're adjusting the things that we think need to be done on an emergent basis. We put it through a criteria that helps us assess how necessary it is in terms of safety. The items that you were referring to, I think, are the items in attachment 8, which are emerging issues. So we're signaling to you that all 4 items in attachment 8 are emerging issues and are likely going to require some decision in the fall. But if you're looking at making a move on arterial roads that is different, a change in path forward, I would suggest the appropriate time to do that is direct us to bring that with the 4-year budget.
I guess maybe what I was questioning was why isn't growth a condition for emergence of an item, for example? Like the growth pressures that we're seeing, they weren't there when we set the budget. They weren't the same when we set the budget 4 years ago. And it has been constantly changing every year. And so when you made that criteria for emerging items, why couldn't that have been, I'm out of time, maybe I'll just come back for that answer. Sorry.
No, come back for a second round. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask about the schools. And you had mentioned, I heard you say that the decisions that the unfunded, was that attachment 8? The emerging items, that's it. You said that should likely be a discussion in the fall?
So anything that's on emerging items as it relates to the schools it's something that will need to be funded. So it might be in the fall, like because we're coming up on the 4-year, we're going to be bringing it back in the fall. Okay. But we always bring those forward as the province makes their decisions on what's going to happen with the school sites.
Okay, great. I was going to ask if, like, how is it decided? So it's in collaboration with the province.
That's always one of the things we look for as soon as the provincial budget is announced, is what schools are coming on stream.
Okay, good. Looking forward.
And can I just add to that too? Please. From a timing for asking for construction dollars, we work closely with the government of Alberta on opening dates so that they are not all coming to us at once and we are not building them in large lump sums. So in the fall, you will see a few sites and potentially that district park, but we are looking at bringing a package to the 27 to 30 budget for the remainder that we have time to construct the parks in before they are scheduled to be opened by the government.
Okay, yeah, we just approved some rezoning yesterday in the Crystalina area. So anticipating a huge influx of students. There's plenty of them there right now and expecting many, many more to come. So I'm glad that we'll be discussing that in the fall. And then I do need to bring up about the parking. I know that was a decision that we had made. And from my understanding, the issue with the parking with using the machines is the technology. Is that correct?
Yeah, the technology is out of date. It uses 3G networks, and so the machines themselves needed to be overhauled. So last year in Fall Soba, there was a decision point whether we continue with the project to overhaul all of those machines and replace them all with new technology. And then the option brought forward was, or we could save that capital in ongoing operating and transition to an app and phone-based system.
Yeah, I remember the discussion, but I can't really recall, is the amount $2.8 million if we were to overhaul and keep those?
At the time, it was around the 3 million, so it could be 2.8. It was in that range. Since that time, though, that's what the capital profile was in the fall of last year. We've since learned that the cost escalations with the machines and technology have increased quite substantially. So we would have to relook at what the new pricing would be, but we know it's north of 5 million if we were to overhaul all of the machines. I think it was closer to 5 or 6 million. So if we were to stick within a $3 million budget, we would have to dramatically reduce the quantity of machines, plus going through the tender process and installation process now.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I think those are my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a quick question on the River Crossing West Rossdale redevelopment work. So just as that is continued to be, so that's one of the emerging unfunded items. Just wondering if that work is, appreciating that it's focused on emergency rehabilitation, just understanding if there's some consideration of the future use as well, so that we're leaving all the options open for that building in these repairs. So if there was something, if a little bit of additional, let's say, growth funding was required to sort of prepare for some of the future phases, just wanting to ensure that that's being considered.
Councillor Stevenson, it's Pascal Ladouceur from IIS. So the repair to the roof is really agnostic of what the future of the building is. It's really to maintain the possibility for future redevelopment, because at this point, the leaks are damaging the building further. And so, as you mentioned, it does not preclude any future reuse. It really actually makes it possible.
Wonderful. And again, is there any sort of consideration of, again, coupling some of that work to support future redevelopment stages? Like if we have teams that are mobilized, does it make sense to do, let's say, lighting upgrades at that same time on the roof?
At this point, since we don't have a plan for reuse, we would be speculating. And so our recommendation is to keep it to fixing the roof issue. And then real estate continues to work on what that repurpose could be, and then do the work that would be most appropriate at the time when we know what that reuse would be.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Okay, Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So referring to attachment 8, so I understand that, getting the infrastructure ready for the schools is required by us under the joint use agreement, but I'm just wondering if there are other options. So the province has come forward. I think we're going to be getting the report on the CRL, and they're willing to put about $130 million into infrastructure for that. Is there any opportunity that we could request them fund some of this infrastructure for the new schools?
Councillor Wright, we have asked administratively, and I'll have to check back, that we may have sent a letter formally looking at if some of these improvements can be considered through the school accelerator program. We don't have a response back on that yet, but we have asked if it could be included in the funding for schools.
Okay, so there might be a way to recover some of these funds, okay. And then I'm also wondering, on the list, I thought I had understood that the construction funding was approved for the Catholic High School in the Meadows, but I don't see that on the list. I only see the Laurel K-9.
Apologies. I believe that one is for planning at this point in time, and we're still figuring out what that site looks like. And some of these sites are well more developed and have the appropriate grades and have some assets contributed by developers and things like that on it. So they're coming. They're just, these are the ones that we're working on right at this moment.
Okay, but so the ones listed in attachment 8 are the only ones that have approved construction funding by the province, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and there was, I think it's supposed to be was there a total of 30 schools throughout the province that were going to get construction funding?
Yeah, we've got another, I think about 8 or 10 on the list that are in the planning and design phase that were announced by the provincial government earlier this year, but they haven't had their full construction funding announced yet. And some of the high schools will take a little bit longer because they're very complicated.
Okay, because that's I think one of the biggest concerns out in Wards, Palmatapi. And okay, so thank you very much for that information. And then it seems that the majority of the funding request is for renewal, which is kind of what the next item is going to be, the prioritization of renewal. And so are we still keeping that sort of same kind of focus about being, whether it's legislative required or safety
Yeah,
needs?
our first priority is to make sure that anything safety related is getting funded and sticking to the renewal. We typically are trying to only approve growth when it's required as part of the 4-year capital. And in between, we're trying to focus on renewal and safety items.
Okay, and sort of get us back on track rather than shiny new things. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. And maybe just staying with that theme around sort of safety-related, renewal-focused projects. Just a brief question about the Mill Creek Trestle Bridge and the 76 Ave culvert replacement. Just reading through, it seems like it has really reached the end of life. Is that a fair statement? And I guess implications of even considering delaying that?
Councillor Salvador, yes, you are correct. It has reached its end of life. There are some damage from the erosion around the Mill Creek that is significantly impacting that trestle bridge. And so replacement is the only option that we have to maintain that link.
Great, yeah, I'm happy to see that moving forward. And it seems like we're also using this as an opportunity to do some work around, I guess, restoration and bank stability, just to improve the ecological function of the area. Is that true too?
Yeah, absolutely. So part of this, the scope of the work includes removing a culvert that is currently under the road, which significantly restrains the water flow from Mill Creek. And so by removing that culvert, daylighting the creek, replacing the road with a bridge, we're going to make significant improvement in the area and reduce further erosion risks related to the creek further down the stream.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I'll jump to a different question now about also in attachment 8, just around the Canada Public Transit Fund. I guess recognizing this is more of an emerging item and something to have on our radar. What line of sight do we have around the province sort of reviewing and approving that? Like, are we going to have much of a runway in order to be able to ensure that our match funds are sort of teed up and ready to go? Just trying to understand the interplay there.
Yeah, I can answer that. It's Carrie from ETS. We've been working really closely with the GOA administration, and we understand that municipal affairs will assist in reviewing our baseline stream items. They're well aware that it's coming, and we're having conversations about how to expedite that review. There's no contribution requirement from them for that stream, so that hopefully simplifies things a little bit. But there's active conversations. And then at the advocacy level, I know the Transit Association, CUDA, they've been having conversations as well and booking some meetings with the elected officials to try and share the same information.
Okay, that's really great to hear. So sounds like when things are ready to go, all levels will be ready to move? Is that?
That's the goal. I think there's a little bit of risk just because we'll be one of the first examples of requiring kind of this, I'll call it approval and review due to Bill 18, but I'm cautiously optimistic. We'll still advance our items in the fall SCBA, and then we can explore at that point in time the information that we have from them relative to getting those items moving forward.
Okay, excellent, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice.
Thank you for all the information in the report. So my first question is about the neighborhood renew increase in budget. So it's made in somewhere, and I'm sorry if I miss it, but I want to know very clear and in the public record. For those increased budget, is only for one neighborhood renew or for the multiple neighborhood renew?
Hi, Councillor Rice. It's Nicole Wolf again. The increase in budget is actually a pre-commitment to the 27 to 30 budget for the neighborhoods that span into that area when we have 3 or 4 or 5 years of constructions for what it is. So it's not an actual increase based upon cost of the neighborhood. It's just pre-commitment of the 27 to 30 neighborhood renewal budget, which is typically what we did. And that was for both Dunluce is in there. With 66 million coming into the 4-year cycle, as well as a change in Otwell that we've been working and coordinating with EPCOR on that moved some money into 2027, which I think was about 14.3 million.
So for that budget already approved under 2023-26, there is no net impact, or do they?
No new funding is required. It's all coming out of the neighborhood renewal reserve as per normal.
Just a reminder, Councillor Rice, neighborhood renewal is fully funded with its own funding source.
So if we have some is beyond the 2023-26, and that's roll into the 2027-23, so do we have that breakdown list, which neighborhood is under that 2027, 2023? And because I do receive lots of questions and from the people I represent ask, which neighborhood in our area and to be under that piece, and is that information is easily for public to fund?
Yeah, I can let Nicole, I don't know if you want to go. We do an annual update that spans beyond even one budget cycle of what's planned, and there's windows of time till we refine and really nail down which year we do what in the phasing of it, and council get those updates annually. I think we just sent one, Nicole, I don't know if you have the exact day. It was in May, last month, I believe.
Yeah, I believe it was about a week and a half ago we sent that out.
So I can follow up offline. I do want to make that information really easy accessible and for the public, not only for the council members. And then, so that's something why I'm asking this question. Okay, so I saw.
Happy to follow up with you.
Okay. So that is one question. The next question is about the budget impact. So I did not see the impact. I did not see this piece specifically listed in the report and for the budget impact with those adjustments or some change. So my question is about, can you break down the budget impact through the tax supported portion and also the debt impacted portion?
So there's no debt, no new debt being contemplated as
Okay,
part of
that's
this
good to know.
adjustment.
Yeah.
And since for capital, we always work within the funding that we have. So there's no net impact to the tax levy, but I would draw your attention to the corporate funding pool. That's at the bottom of page 6. That shows the movement. So the corporate funding pool is where things like pay-as-you-go are. That's where our tax levy funding from operating, it's in the corporate funding pool. You'll see the reconciliation of the corporate funding pool and the allocation out. And provided that we don't spend more that's in the corporate funding pool, there is no impact to the tax levy.
So for this, like the spring adjustment, supplement adjustment, I want to be heard this very clearly. I heard is no debt impact and no tax levy impact at this point if we approve attachments 4 and 7. It's just in the pool, some funding, recasting or reallocation or move around.
Yes, we're working within what has already been approved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Is Councillor Jans here? Or maybe Councillor Cartmel, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Want to follow up on the Indigenous Cultural Wellness Center. Have we explored different options, exhausted options on carrying on with that project?
We had done that analysis, and we had brought forward our best advice to council that given where the state of play is in terms of Indigenous gathering places that are in the city, that we did not recommend, given the challenges that project has had over the years, to not proceed.
Okay. But will the conversation with the group will carry on in some form of potential future conversations, opportunities, like, or is just stop?
Well, in terms of just supporting in our path on reconciliation, the City of Edmonton's administration under our Indigenous Relations Office continues to explore options with all of our partners and creating more space for their needs, for sure.
Got it. I think, thank you for that. I think it's very, very important that how to acknowledge that how the work on reconciliation and Indigenous engagement has embedded into the organization.
Absolutely.
Okay, got it. Can administration share more information on what incidents are taking place at our recreation centers that are leading to some of the modifications to be made to capital enhancements?
I'll have Roger Jevany respond.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, there are lots of changes around the front counter, security gates, upgrades in the locker rooms for safety, security, new lockers, some surveillance system improvements. So a host of engineering controls that we need to put in place.
Are we seeing that these improvements are working, leading to less theft, vandalism, and other incidents?
Yeah, that's our plan. We had a small profile that the funding ended in 2024. So this will be funding to carry on this year, next year with those enhancements and improvements. And our hope is then by getting these pieces in place, we'll be able to reduce the number of security guards that we need to continue to employ to keep the spaces safe.
Okay. Now, thank you for that. On the school sides based level development, what I heard is that it's kind of phased over time as the need is identified. We invest, as then construction proceeds, and we get into the next group of schools as they get ready, right?
Yeah, and as we've heard, the province's recent focus, we have an obligation to keep pace with priorities from the school boards and the province. So.
Yeah, and there's active, ongoing conversation on the administration side. What I heard from Kim is that on the cost sharing, I raised that with the minister as well, that they could help pay for some of the cost to expedite the school construction. So at administrative level, those conversations are active too.
That's correct. It's both the schools and the playground and other facilities needed on the park improvements.
Right. Okay. On the public transit fund, we were at FCM, and we had Big City Mayor's Caucus meeting, and we met with a number of federal ministers. That program is going on. Like the sense we got is that that program will carry on. There's no desire to change. Well, we have to see more information. So the matching requirement of $24.6 million on an annual basis. So I'm understanding that will be part of the fall conversation and then the 4-year budget conversation. Can you clarify that?
Yes, that's correct. So the baseline stream is an annual allotment that they've indicated. So presumably if the program stays as is, that's great news. That means that we'll start with this fall SCBA, and then we would bring forward items each cycle. We can try and do it in the 4-year budget. We'll talk to finance and see the best way to navigate that.
Okay. Thank you. I'm out of time. I will take the chair back.
I'll move a second round.
I think Councillor Tang, you have public questions. Okay, second round. Okay. I thought it was in camera. Okay. All right. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
So earlier my question was, what does it take, or when you decide if something is emerging or is a priority, where does growth pressure come into that process?
So because growth is something that is usually larger in nature, like we don't generally have a lot of funds available to start looking at growth projects, and we have so many growth projects within the organization that the list would start to be almost like another budget in its entirety when you start looking at growth in general. So that's why we keep it very focused on renewal and those that are safety related.
But Councillor Tang, remember, as part of the 4-year budget process, what you will see in advance is the capital investment outlook. And the outlook will identify areas where renewal spending is required, and it will identify growth pressures. And so you can expect to see the capital investment outlook usually 3 quarters, maybe even sometimes we try for a year in advance of establishing the 4-year budget.
Yeah.
That's where you would see us determine what are the growth pressures, what are the renewal pressures, how and what is your advice to us, what's your guidance to us when we bring forward the next 4-year budget cycle.
Yeah.
But in the interim, because we've been so significantly constrained with funding,
I know.
all we've really been able to do is the safety related stuff.
Yeah, because, and I think abiding by the time for the next budget cycle, I just feel like the last few years, the population growth pressure has really, there are things that I thought, okay, well, we can, road widening, for example, yes, new ones should be waiting until the next budget cycle, but the population growth pressure has become such that things are coming to a boiling point. Do you know what I mean? And in my head, when I read this report, I'm like, I don't see that necessarily reflected. I'm seeing new lockers, and we're seeing things that have other levels of government's investment involved. So I'm like, okay, that's the criteria, but what about these pressures that have been constantly changing for the last 3 or 4 years? By the time we get to the 4-year budget cycle, I feel like it's just coming to a boiling point.
But if you remember past SCBAs, the items that were coming forward with the limited funding we had were scoring at 8s and 9s, which meant, potential harm in life type investments coming forward. And we had such limited funding. Those were the only things that were making it through. So trying to decide, I understand that, widening a road is very important, but when you put it up against something where you are having, life and safety issues, we know where we need to put the funds.
Okay, thank you. My last one is regarding the private item, but seeing we have a speaker on the board, I will refrain from moving into private for now.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. So my question is related to the scope change increase, requesting new funding. So the question is about what's the major reason and to cause the scope change? Because from project management perspective, there's three factors there: schedule and budget and scope. So we usually received the question from the public and why schedule delay, why budget over budget. And so right now, if we're going to request new funding for the scope change, so I would like to know the reason. What's the scope change? Why? What's trigger those scope changes? Reasons?
Councillor Rice, I would say if you have an example here that you'd like us to explain, we can do that. It'll be a variety of reasons depending on the nature of the project.
So I do want to go to one because over 10 here, but I do notice. I noticed in 2025 the scope change request new funding more than the 2026. So for 2025, we request new funding almost over $7 million. And for the 2026 is about over $3 million. So can you give me like some explanation or comment on those?
Yeah, the best, and for now, probably the best information I can give is that will vary adjustment to adjustment, depending on what's going on within the projects, how we progressed on them, and the nature of what's driving those changes. So it's difficult to give you a definitive answer because it really varies depending on each project and the scope and nature of it.
And Councillor Rice, we have outlined each of the instances of scope change in attachment 3.
And also in attachment 4 as well. So you have all the list here. So is this scope change, and based on all the adjustment here, this scope change specific request new funding is more internally and from project management perspective causing this change, or the external factors trigger the scope change, the increased funding? So which one and then gives a more impact?
Jason's on the line too. Jason, I don't know, did you want to give a comment from the delivery side to that?
Sorry, in relation to a scope change, I think the one example I was thinking in the back of my head is, as the questions were being asked, we have one in for Lewis Farms and related to the district park, where we are materially changing the public expectations related to the work in relation to some integration required with the Edmonton Catholic School District. So I think it becomes incumbent on us as administration to ensure that we're providing you with the most accurate information as to what to expect when the project's complete. And that's why we've submitted a scope change for that project.
So there's one that would have that external influence of priorities of schools, as an example, Councillor. But it'll be both. Some will be external and some will be internal. Oftentimes it's just internal adjustments in phases as we're proceeding in the design phase and evolution of the projects.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I have no question for the internal specific in terms of the phases change. So my question is more focused on the external and then how that could change and trigger the funding increase. So that is the only public care about why we need more money. So why the scope needs change? So is change the benefit to the city, or is change and due to the project management internally sense? That is why I ask that question. But thank you for the answer.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Any additional questions before, because there are some questions that we need to go in camera to ask on the private attachment. Any public questions remaining? Okay. Can someone move that we go in camera?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
We are live.
Okay, are there additional questions on the motion on the floor or any amendments or anything? Okay. All right, so we have motion on the floor. Now to speak to the motion. Okay, I don't see anyone to speak. Councillor Stevenson, you moved it. You want to close?
Nothing to add, thank you.
Okay, all right. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, our next item is 7.2. So we can start with that, but we also have time specific starting at 1:30, then 3:45, but maybe we'll get, is there a presentation on 7.2?
There isn't a presentation, but I can do the opening remarks.
Okay, we have about 10 minutes, so you don't want to waste any time. Yeah, go ahead, please. Mike? Sorry.
The city is facing a significant renewal investment shortfall in the 2023 to 2026 capital budget, and this shortfall is projected to continue into the 2027 to 2030 budget cycle. The 2027 to 2030 renewal requirement is estimated to be $4.4 billion, and the forecasted available funding is $2.8 billion, leaving an estimated $1.8 billion renewal funding gap. City infrastructure requires ongoing renewal to maintain functionality and safety. If the city continues to underfund renewal investment, this could lead to negative consequences like increased liabilities, declines in service levels, increasing operating costs, erosion of public trust, and the placing of new funding pressures on future councils. For the development of the 2027 to 2030 proposed capital budget, administration will focus on addressing the renewal funding gap and limiting project prioritization to projects that are mandated by legislation, required due to safety concerns, eligible for external funding, or will show significant benefit to the overall prosperity of the city. Thank you, and we're happy to take any questions that you might have.
Okay. Councillor Rutherford, you selected this, right? Okay. You want to start with questions?
Well, sure. I'll put the receipt of information
Oh, yes,
on the
please.
floor
Yeah.
first.
Thank you. Yep. Need a
Second.
Thank you. Okay, we have motion on the floor now. Questions? Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah. I guess one of my first questions is we also have in tandem with our renewal and funding for renewal work we're doing on disposition. And so I was just wondering how that work interplays with the renewal funding gap, and when can we anticipate some of those conversations on those assets?
Sure, I'll see if Pascal's back online and can comment on
I am, Craig. Councillor Rutherford, we are pursuing a few fronts on the disposition aspect. We are doing like program level reviews on some of our asset classes. And so right now we were doing a couple of our internally facing buildings, supporting city operations and waste management. We're also starting the work on fire stations, police stations, and aquatics. And so all that work is ongoing, and we were planning to provide council with memos as some of these programs would advance and to give some information about what the result of these analysis are doing. And then in parallel, our colleagues in real estate are looking at non-city facilities that are owned by the city, so either commercial, residential, or not-for-profit leases, and looking at doing a bit of the work related to rationalization with those types of buildings as well.
Yeah, I guess I'm just worried that, you know, we're saying there is a renewal deficit. There's been a perpetual renewal deficit for, you know, decades that we're trying to rectify. But then we're going to have a 4-year budget debate about the renewal, when I do think that this conversation is as important to what we actually let kind of fail or dispose of or whatever it is. And I know it's a hard conversation. I know it's a conversation that I don't think any of us are keen to have, but I think when we look at $34 billion in assets with the renewal cost of $34 billion, like we have a gap, and a knowing gap. When is that conversation? Like, I don't know if memos is sufficient.
Okay, appreciate that, Councillor Rutherford. The only thing I would add is that the disposition at this point in time is not going to yield much not savings or cost avoidance, in the sense that the renewal deficit will still be maintained at about the order of magnitude that we have right now. It will take years to advance disposition or looking at how we can streamline our asset ownership. And so from that perspective, realistically, the programs that we are looking at right now will not have major impacts to the renewal deficit.
Having said that, Councillor, sorry, it's Craig here, we can bring that back as a report update, and we are looking at where, on the other side of that, as Pascal said, I mean, the memo updates are very specific to where we think it may not be wise to continue to invest in those. So, I mean, we can bring that back to council and get some guidance as we proceed. We can take that away to look at how that comes to.
I guess I'll leave that one there for now. I might follow up further as needed. I'm also concerned with the criteria for growth with the last bullet that's added around that projects that show significant benefit for the overall prosperity of the city. I guess what are the litmus tests? What is the measures and the ways at which we are going to measure that? Because that seems pretty broad.
Yeah, so maybe I'll start, and then I'll look to Mr. Robar and Ms. Petron to amplify. Some of the work that we're doing in terms of administrative priorities is looking at, are there infrastructure investments that, if we made, could have the potential to attract economic development that we would have direct benefit from, and truly understanding those and where they would go. So we try to build that criteria in the budget.
So, for example, I saw in this report 100 Street Bridge, which we removed from the 4-year budget last time, is mentioned again. I would not consider that as having significant overall prosperity for the city. But you might see it that way. So where do we, what point do we have that debate? Is that at the 4-year budget with whatever's brought forward from admin?
So our initial reaction would be that alongside some of this work we would do, we would bring you the criteria on which we'll make decisions in the capital budget, and that's probably the most likely place that you would see that.
Okay,
Thank you. Councillor, no, it's okay. Only 3 minutes remaining to 12. Okay, well, 3 minutes, Councillor Stevenson.
You can hold me to it.
Okay.
Because Councillor Rutherford actually covered some really important questions. For growth, I just want to understand if we're going back to like for like, or if we will still do renewal plus growth. I think there's a risk of going back to a strict like for like in renewal. Just wondering thoughts there.
I can give a brief comment on that. We always look within our renewal program where we think there's appropriate growth elements. So if you have an existing bridge that has no pedestrian or active transport on it, and we're doing that bridge once every 60 to 100 years, we will look to incorporate those elements. That element would be considered growth. So we're always looking for the appropriate elements of that as part of our renewal program.
Perfect. So this approach, what's out in this report is not going to detract from that work, correct?
that's part of the scope of the work that we're doing when we set our renewal programs.
Excellent. And then just, this was a question I heard from some colleagues as well earlier. So I'm thinking of a park in a neighborhood that I represent that's, it's very old playground equipment. So that's, sort of clearly renewal. I see how that fits in. What about a park that was built and sort of the playground equipment was never provided? That's technically growth. There's not existing equipment there that needs to be replaced, but it's equivalent to taking out and putting back in older playground equipment. So how are we dealing with those nuances?
You have raised a very good point, and if there was never a playground built, that would be considered new and would be considered growth, so it wouldn't fit the renewal budget. So we have to look at both sides of that when we're doing our next 4-year budget. And as Stacy said, we have a focus on renewal, but there are growth elements we have to consider part of the budget.
Yeah, and I wonder if there's something in here in the criteria just around like completing infrastructure, completing communities, meeting gaps.
I would say Kim can probably jump in here too, but that's ongoing work we're talking about from where we set new criteria for our parks, and we're evolving what we would consider base amenity as we do it, whether it's with schools or our own scoping of our projects when we develop our park assets.
Great, and if there's a way to consider base amenities as renewal, or that it doesn't get excluded through those conversations, that'd be great.
Understood.
I'm at 12, and I will stop. Thank you.
Yep, okay. All right, we will be back at 1:30. Until then, we are on recess. We have a time-specific item at 1:30 for the entire system. Action plan update. Meeting back to order. And let's do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Paquette is unable to join us.
I'm here.
Oh, you are back. Oh, I hope you're feeling better. Nice to see.
That's a nice hope, but not quite yet.
We wish you feel better. Okay. Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans. Well, we have quorum, right? So we are on to the time-specific item of 1:30, anti-racism update, and we'll go to administration to make a presentation.
Thank you and good afternoon, Council. I am joined today by Salima Ibrahim, Chief of Staff and a corporate lead for Reconciliation and Anti-Racism, and Latif Gina, Senior Executive Advisor of Anti-Racism and Intersectionality. We also have a number of staff available to answer any questions you may have after the presentation. So administration is here today to provide City Council with a progress update on the implementation and future direction of the 3 recommendations in the anti-racism strategy, which was approved in February of 2022, as well as some other additional work that is complementary to those critical actions. While actively becoming an anti-racist city rooted in reconciliation is an ongoing process, there has been important progress made on a number of anti-racism initiatives today, and today we will provide you with an update on this progress, introduce the recently approved corporate anti-racism action plan, demonstrate how we are integrating the anti-Black racism action plan recommendations in our way forward, highlight a number of ways that we are advancing cultural resurgence and increasing the cultural vibrancy of Edmonton, and celebrate the successes of the Civic Youth Fellowship. The anti-racism strategy was council-directed and council-approved work. The first motion this City Council made upon their election was for an anti-racism strategy to be developed. The Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, or ARAC, was tasked with co-developing and a recommendation with community. ARAC recommended 3 additional actions that would build citywide capacity to address anti-racism and advance anti-racism work and form the foundation for a longer-term approach. One was creating a high-level office for anti-racism to build internal capacity and provide a challenge function with administration. 2, create and fund an independent anti-racism body to provide external capacity for collaboration and to hold the city accountable. And 3 was to ensure that consistent and reliable funding for community-led initiatives. Today's report offers an update on the strategy's progress and outlines next steps. Now I'll turn it over to Salima to continue with today's update.
Great, thank you, Eddie. We have been implementing the anti-racism strategy purposefully and intentionally ever since City Council's approval in February 2022. We started the work with a small team of 3 people, advancing all 3 strategy work streams and also launching the anti-racism internship program. In August 2022, Council reaffirmed its commitment to the International Decade for People of African Descent and introduced a brand new scope of work to address the issue of anti-Black racism. Creating the Anti-Black Racism Action Plan has been meaningful work for the city. It has also been deep relationship work to facilitate community engagements and requiring significant and ongoing efforts to build and navigate community relationships, understand community priorities, and address leaders' concerns. Understanding that anti-racism means centering the voice of community, most of our work moves at the pace of community. And by 2023, we had advanced most of the anti-racism's recommendations. A permanent anti-racism grant was established, we were celebrating key moments for community, and we were facilitating meetings and public engagements for the independent body advisory panel. At the end of 2023, Council approved 2 anti-racism service packages for 2024. This allowed us to recruit a permanent high-level office for reconciliation and anti-racism and begin challenging some internal processes to improve systems, policies, and programs. The service package also secured funding for the independent body. Our updates today focus on the future direction of the city's anti-racism work and how City Council's initial anti-racism motion is leading to a corporate-wide transformation. Next slide. One of the 3 work streams from the anti-racism strategy was the creation of an independent anti-racism body. Administration has explored a number of options to implement this recommendation, and these will be discussed in depth at 3:45 when we bring our other report on the independent anti-racism body analysis and options. Next slide, please. The original anti-racism grant program was established in 2021 with a $300,000 allocation, and it was administered by the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. In 2022, a one-time addition of $1.174 million for the Anti-Racism Community Safety Fund was approved by Council to provide extra funding to the grant program. In 2023, City Council approved multi-year funding of $1.2 million per year for the Anti-Racism Grant Program through to 2026 using community safety and well-being funding. This has been combined with the $300,000 in previously approved ongoing tax levy funding to support anti-racism to provide a total grant funding of $1.5 million through to 2026. Instead of developing a new initiative, administration expanded the original original ARAC grant framework to distribute funds through a number of grant streams: community activation, capacity building, community participatory action research, and shifting the perspective. In addition to this anti-racism specific program, the city offers a number of other grant programs aimed at assisting diverse Indigenous and ethnocultural communities in reaching their objectives and delivering local services. The last part of the anti-racism strategy was the establishment of a new organization within city administration. The High-Level Office for Reconciliation and Anti-Racism was formed within the Office of the City Manager in 2023 and was fully staffed by the end of 2024. It is our position that you cannot address racism without a commitment to reconciliation. If all of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission 94 calls to action and missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, 231 calls for justice were addressed, it would positively impact the lives of Indigenous people and inherently reduce systemic racism. That's why the High-Level Office was enhanced to include both the reconciliation and anti-racism portfolios and holds a very close relationship with the Indigenous Relations Office. The High-Level Office is a central point for collaboration to advance the city's anti-racism strategy and the TRC Municipal Response Plan. Its core objectives include challenging systemic racism, fostering a culture of anti-racism, integrating anti-racist practices into all administrative processes, and acting as an implementing partner. The team's mandate involves working closely with colleagues across the corporation to celebrate diversity, promote inclusion, and begin to change a system that wasn't originally designed for everybody to be more equitable. This includes participating on steering and advisory teams for city priorities such as climate change, community safety and well-being, violence prevention, procurement, etc. In its initial period, the High-Level Office has achieved some notable milestones, many of which you read about in the report and you will hear about throughout the presentation today. Currently, the team is providing leadership for the Corporate Anti-Racism Action Plan, which is a department-driven cross-corporation work plan that all areas of administration will implement over the next 2 years. At this time, I'd like to pass it over to Lateef Gina to provide City Council an update on this work.
Thank you, Salima. The High-Level Office has undertaken a rigorous and systematic overview of historical feedback received from diverse communities, including the Anti-Black Racism Action Plan, TRC Calls to Action, advice from Indigenous communities, the Safer for All report, and testimony delivered by the Muslim community to the Senate of Canada. This is by no means a comprehensive list. Our in-depth analysis involved an examination of over 300 recommendations put forth by diverse Indigenous and racialized communities over the past 20 years. This review was conducted in close collaboration with a wide array of city departments and branches, spanning various sectors and areas of expertise throughout the entirety of 2023 and extending into 2024. This integrated process aimed to move beyond surface-level solutions and help to identify key structural drivers and systemic barriers that cause inequity. Following the analysis, the executive leadership team established 7 corporate commitments. These commitments aim to dismantle systemic barriers and offer a comprehensive, systems-based approach to address numerous community recommendations made to the city. The commitments we are moving forward as administration will help us to better address the roots of community concerns around accountability, engagement, grants and funding, employment, space, education, and cultural resurgence. The high-level office is responsible for guiding the corporation in meeting these 7 commitments to anti-racist systemic change. Next slide, please. The executive leadership team also approved a corporate anti-racism action plan that will help administration achieve the 7 corporate commitments. By the end of 2026, city departments aim to make significant progress on 70 anti-racism actions that are a direct result of public input. The action plan challenges administration to tackle complex systemic issues, including equitable hiring practices and access to city lands and facilities that require integrated corporate approaches. It also aims to improve how individual departments integrate feedback and concerns from Indigenous and racialized communities into services like recreation centers and grants and programs. Each department is also committed to 3 core actions: updating their department Indigenous framework plans on anti-racism, the Indigenous experience, and the Black Canadian experience, and hosting an intern from an equity-deserving community. Transparency is crucial to anti-racism efforts. Reporting progress back to community, addressing their priorities, and providing updates on historical recommendations, such as those covering housing and transit safety, are key aspects of this work. Over the next 2 years, administration's anti-racism efforts prioritize the implementation of this corporate action plan. Progress on the plan's implementation will be shared via a public dashboard and through community safety and well-being reports. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The corporate anti-racism action plan addresses over 70 recommendations contained within the anti-Black racism action plan. During follow-up meetings with Black community representatives, the city was asked to prioritize 4 themes emerging from the anti-Black racism action plan: hiring equity, communications, Black businesses, and city procurement. Departments have been actively advancing these priorities through projects such as forming a new Black employees resource network at the city, hosting information sessions with Black businesses on procurement and how to sell to the city, and increased advertising through media channels that serve Black communities. Last year, the city partnered with the University of Alberta to create a free online course, Black Canadians, History, Presence, and Anti-Racist Futures. The course provides a baseline education for civil servants, professionals, and the general public. The city committed to roll out this course to over 1,000 employees. In November 2023, we reported to Council that the high-level office was working with Black communities to form a convening table where the city and community can work collaboratively to advance recommendations. These conversations have evolved significantly. In a follow-up session on April 5th of this year, leaders clarified that Black communities need meaningful structures to hold governments accountable for their actions, and that this requires the power and influence of a council-mandated civic agency with the ability to oversee progress on the Anti-Black Racism Action Plan. The high-level office collaborates across the corporation to cultivate relationships with diverse communities and support their significant cultural events. By acknowledging and promoting these celebrations, we foster belonging and community for diverse groups. These platforms allow underrepresented communities to highlight important issues while sharing their culture with Edmontonians, driving positive social change. Gathering with community fosters connections with potential partners, strengthens collaboration, and encourages participation and feedback on city programs and services. These efforts lead to significant benefits, including economic growth, increased community engagement, improved information sharing, and a more vibrant Edmonton. And I'll turn over to Salima for the rest of the presentation.
The City of Edmonton and our partners at Islamic Family and the Canadian Race Relations Foundation are pleased to share that this year, with our 3rd cohort, we have reached the milestone of 50 youth fellows since the beginning of the program. We are also celebrating a new agreement with our partners to guarantee a minimum number of placements within City Council offices for the next 5 years. The program's ongoing success is attributed to the collaborative efforts of our young interns, our partner agencies, and our hosts within City Council and administration, who are continually learning and refining the program to best meet the needs of program participants. Many former interns are today employed or volunteering in government or community organizations. Feedback from alumni indicate that the program is successfully cultivating future civic leaders. We would like to thank all of you for being the inaugural City Council for this program. Your participation alongside city administration leaders has provided a unique experience for many young Edmontonians. The introduction of the High-Level Office for Reconciliation and Anti-Racism has provided administration with renewed intentionality, as well as the support, resources, and focus required to meet our 7 corporate commitments to anti-racist systemic change. To ensure we succeed for the next 2 years, the office has been mandated to focus its efforts towards challenging and enabling administration to implement the Corporate Anti-Racism Action Plan. Later this afternoon, we will also share an update of the independent anti-racism body, which will round out how administration has completed the key actions of the anti-racism strategy. Alongside our efforts to advance anti-racism, we will be sharing updates on the achievements of the TRC Municipal Response Plan via a memo to City Council before the election period, and we'll have a more fulsome update with the Indigenous Framework Annual Report in fall 2025 or early 2026. And with that, we are happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you for the presentation and all the hard work that you and your team's been doing. I exempted this item, so I'm going to cede the chair to
Thank you.
Councillor Jans.
I have the chair.
Okay.
Yep, I've got the chair.
All right. So I will.
So questions of administration. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, I will move the recommendation for this one, that the June 10th, 2025 Office of the City Manager Report OCM 0261 to be received for information, and we will deal with the independent body report at 3:45 because I have a different motion for that. Okay.
Second?
Seconded by, was that Councillor Chang?
Stevenson.
Sorry, okay, moved by Mayor Sohi, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Mayor Sohi, questions, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you for the work and thank you for the report. I do want to focus on some of the things that are identified in this as well, and how we doing on it, and building on the previous work that has been done on the, for example, improving employment equity within the city. How are we doing on that?
I will start, and then I will turn it over to my colleagues in Employee Services. Last year, Mayor Sohi, we commissioned an employment services or an employment systems review. So we essentially got somebody to come in and look at all of our systems, top to bottom, with an equity perspective. We do now have that report with us, and I might ask either Kelly or Devika to talk about further steps.
Afternoon, Mr. Mayor. So we conducted an employment systems review, which is a first comprehensive analysis of the city's policies, practices, and workforce demographics. There were 3 key inputs into this employment systems review. One was a workforce analysis, which was done using employee diversity data from the 2022 biennial survey, and then we're updating that with the 2024 biennial survey that we did just last year. There was a whole policies and practices review, so we looked at over 15 different policy areas and did interviews and consultations with key parties. And then there was also an employee consultation that we did with an external research firm to understand those barriers to employment equity that are experienced by city employees. We have around 60 recommendations that have come out of this report that we will be actioning over the next few months to a year here.
So what trends are you seeing? Let's focusing on diversity in the workforce.
So in terms of diversity and representation, so particularly at senior leadership levels, in 2024, there was an increase in racialized employees in this cohort, which was up by 4% from 2022. There were also slight increases in senior directors and up in terms of employees with a disability and racialized employees up by 3%. Except for the proportion of women, which is more than half of the senior leadership cohort is women. We know that the demographic diversity for non-unionized people leaders and for senior leaders is still lower than our overall employee cohort and the Edmonton census, but the Employment Systems Review will determine the next steps on strategies to keep improving that.
So are there kind of aspirations in there that will get us to, and like how often would this be reported back?
So the Employment Systems Review is done every 3 to 5 years.
Okay.
So we just completed ours at the end of last year with updates to that data from the 2024 biennial survey. Once we have the recommendations prioritized, then we will continue to report to council quarterly perhaps, and then we'll do another Employment Systems Review in 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, because one of the reasons I'm stressing on this, that this is, I mean, I remember my days on council from 2007 to 2015. I've been raising these points at that time too. I know some of you remember, right? And the progress has been very slow, right? I'm glad that we're now tracking and monitoring that.
Yeah, and there has been an increase when it comes to diversity in leadership and in recruitment and hiring. So for recruitment and hiring, we've seen an increase from 1 to 4% in hiring across each of the employment equity groups. So women, racialized people, Indigenous people, persons with disabilities, and 2S LGBTQ plus people.
Good.
So there is a positive trend, but there is more work to do.
Yeah, I have more questions, but I'm out of time, so I'll stop here.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Chang.
Okay, I wasn't anticipating this coming up so quickly. Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I think I have a lot more questions for the next item, but for this one, appreciate the update. For the Corporate Anti-Racism Action Plan, you stress the need for reporting back to the public. I guess what does that look like to you? The cadence, I guess.
So we are looking at having public dashboards hopefully up probably by Q3 2025, and they'll essentially be updated as we're getting the information. We're also going to be using the CSWB reporting mechanisms to ensure that council gets the reporting back that way.
And I think you've been hosting CSWB forum, like public forums as well. Is that something that might continue? Is that a place that a bit of a, it's not like a technological tool to share information back, but a bit more human?
Yeah, our colleagues in community services lead the conversations with community, but I do think that that's something that we could definitely consider, Councillor Dang.
Great. And then I was wondering about the grants. We've been funding anti-racism grant for some time now, and there's sort of different forms, including with CSWB, for example. I'm curious, has the grant funding led to anything new or permanent programs or actions or innovations that maybe we haven't really seen before?
So the answer is yes, and I might lean on Judy to see if she could answer that.
I see she's ready with papers.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. I think we are seeing some changes. We've got some good research now that we can put in. There's been participatory research through our new anti-racism grant. We'll be getting that reporting at the coming up, analyzing that reporting coming up soon. But what we're seeing is the opportunity for more grassroots groups to get in and do some different projects that we probably haven't seen before. And also taking the opportunity to bring those folks together to share what they're learning, share their experience, to help build relationships and those opportunities. Outside of the anti-racism grant, within the Indigenous granting, we've also started to try new opportunities for reporting instead of just written forms, just to try some different ways that may suit groups better than our traditional systems.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a pattern with maybe some of the other complex files where we have a corporate plan right? And then and then a more public-facing community approach, which I think is going to be the topic of the next item. And then, tools like dashboards. I think we're seeing that with other projects as well. I think the consistency is good. Is that what the intention is? To match kind of what we're doing with some of these other things?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we've intentionally thought about it that way, but I think that there's an internal reporting that we're pushing hard on in addition to the external reporting, and obviously working quite closely with our grants as well. I would also say, I think one innovation, for example, is we developed a new line of granting for using arts and media, for example, to talk about anti-racism. And that was like a reflection of some of the things that community's been telling us as well. So.
And then in some of these processes, that's, I would say, more like corporately, have you found anything that led to a change in process and structures that I think at the heart of anti-racism is power, that have like changed the dynamic around power? So for example, I've raised this before around granting. Decisions often do lie in the hands of small group of people, even though they come from the community, but we select them, city selects them, right? I'm wondering if structure have kind of changed.
Yeah, for the anti-racism grant, we take in applications now for volunteers to help do assessment. And the last round for the 2024 funding, we had 40 volunteers from community that applied, that went through a process, and then orientation, including bias training. And we actually use their results to award the grants. It's not administratively driven. We developed the matrix for them to do the scoring around the outcomes and the focus, but the volunteers actually are the ones that assess and make the recommendations.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you for the report. So my question, I probably more focus on the progress we made, and since this strategy implemented. So the first question, and do we have the data to demonstrate the progress after we implement this anti-racism strategy and the reports and reduced, and for the people to experience the racism? So do we have the data?
Thank you, Councillor Rice. The issue of the experience of racism it's a long-term change, and the data that comes along with that comes from multiple sources. So part of this afternoon's report will also deal with how we look at questions of data and reporting and understanding trends on the racism side of the ledger. On the anti-racism side of the ledger, part of what we've been trying to do is ensure that the outcomes of all of our actions map back to the city plan outcomes. And part of the dashboard report will show how those 70 actions contribute to what the city plan envisages as outcomes for a community. So
I understand from that spirit perspective, but I do ask the output. So if like right now, since 2022 to now 2025, or almost close to the 4 years, and so is there any data to demonstrate this anti-racism strategy our city implemented actually is working effectively? So I want to get that evidence first.
I think the struggle with this one, Councillor Rice, is that we don't do any surveys on like racism at our level. A lot of this is either perception oriented. We do, however, have qualitative lived experience stories. And I think that's how we are gauging a lot of our successes right now in terms of, are we changing systems? Are systems becoming more equitable? Are we providing money to grassroots organizations to move the dial on anti-racism? But if we are actually talking about like hard quantitative data, the answer to that would be no. We don't do surveys on racism.
And so actually what I heard from the public really care about, and then even from media, from public happens incidents, and then people experience the racism, and I would like to see that reports based on the implementation of our strategy and for our city is already decreased. So I heard there are different resources could provide that data. So I don't know where and you could find that data to really demonstrate this implementation of the strategy works. And so that is my key question there. And I heard it seems is struggling. We cannot have that information there. Because this is more objective data really can demonstrate the progress and the after implementation of the strategy.
So
I'm sorry, I do not want to put into that position. If you don't have information,
Well, I
I'm
think-
changing my question to the next one now.
So I'll just very briefly just say, our programs that are funded through our anti-racism grants, we do get reports on them, so we could definitely do a bit of a progress report on like program outcomes. We also have data on harassment and discrimination, but that's internal, that's based on our own surveys as well. And then I think a little bit of what you're asking for is probably some EPS data, potentially, in terms of like hate crimes.
Could be portion of that, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think what you're essentially pointing to is the fact that we need a systems-wide way to kind of essentially capture data.
Capture the progress.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I hear you.
Thank you. And also so in the past 3-4 years, how much money in total we invested to this strategy implementation?
Thank you, Councillor Rice. In November 2023, Council approved a service package for the work on anti-racism, which was around $2.5 million a year to get things up and running.
So far, what's the total number so far? I just look at my time.
From what time period?
Yeah. So from starting to now to the date.
The first council budget we were given was $2 million, and that was the first tranche of expenditures, and we've had the service package running for a year, and our expenditures are about 1.6 for that year.
So the total.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, so my time is out.
Councillor
I come back.
Stevenson.
Thank you. Really appreciate the work and the update today. Just wanted to dig into a few pieces, and I apologize if I've missed some of the details. So for commitment 3, in attachment 1, we see that there has been some work on a municipal funding agreement piece that's sort of noted under the third commitment. Does the municipal funding agreement process, does that include some of the data collection and tracking that will enable reporting on disaggregated data?
The municipal funding agreement, what it allows us to do is simplify those agreements with community. So it makes the actual contracting and agreement process a lot easier. The flip side of that too is that it standardizes the reporting of outcomes.
Okay.
And we're in that first cycle of the agreements right now. So I think once we have the first batch of agreements coming through and the first batch of outcome reporting, we'll probably be in a better place to be able to answer that.
Okay, well, and this maybe leads into, so these simplified agreements, which is wonderful, that's great to hear, and really important work. When we're looking at the equitably awarding state grants to Indigenous and racialized organizations, I just want to confirm that we're not, the focus or the information that's shared in this report tend to be focused on, specific anti-racism grants. Are we looking at this across the whole suite of grants that the city provides?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, Councillor?
Yeah, just ensuring that most of the information we see in the report relates to some of the targeted anti-racism grants, but I'm wanting to make sure that we're also tracking the equitable distribution across other granting programs like FCSS or community mural matching, sport event hosting, just sort of looking at the breadth of city granting.
So I can only speak to the ones in our area, but we are trying to really bring equity in through all of our matrices and making sure that our data collection is more standardized across all granting, so we can give a better picture of how we're working towards the outcomes of the priorities of City Council and the city.
Okay, well maybe to Mr. Robar then, is there an opportunity to ensure that that's being embedded across the corporation?
Just typing the same thing. No. I think there's obviously an opportunity as we look at what business processes and things that we have that are an opportunity for change. I think this is definitely one of those areas where we can improve kind of that equity lens on our granting programs for sure.
Great. Well, and I think that municipal funding agreement as well, just the simplification process. Again, I don't think you need to be from an equity-seeking group to really struggle filling out city grant applications, and so being able to expand that further for the whole community is really exciting. And then just very finally, I continue to have real interest in Action 20 around the procurement processes. And just want to confirm, we do, I believe, get an annual report on the sustainable procurement policy. Is that correct?
An annual, annual update?
I think so. Is that?
Yeah, that's our commitment.
Great. And so that's sort of the line of sight there in terms of tracking these metrics. Great. Yeah, really appreciate the work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. So I think, more on a sort of a broader scale besides the CSWB grants and that. I'm wondering, in attachment 1, ongoing and completed actions talks about how public engagement has informed city budget. What other examples besides those grants have we used public engagement in our budgeting process? And I don't know if that would be to Stacy or if it would be somebody from comms.
Maybe I'll start.
Okay.
So in terms of public engagement for the budget process, we do a fairly robust engagement on the 4-year cycle. So the last time we did it, it involved a number of focus groups. It also involved us identifying various groups and organizations that would be aligned with different interest groups that would, like many of which would be contemplated here. And all of that forms our public engagement process. We also do a very front-facing public engagement where we attend festivals to try and capture feedback from various Edmontonians. And so we put all of that in a report and deliver that in the weeks prior to the budget being delivered. So we capture as many groups as possible through that process, and we do try to target specific groups.
Okay, so can I put you on the spot? Can you give me an example of where some of that engagement has led to something being different in the budget, maybe that hadn't been thought of before? Put you on the spot, sorry.
Yeah, you are putting me on the spot. Well, if I think like, even if you look at community safety and well-being, much of what was done there came through various public engagements done, but also through some of the budget process. So we heard things in the budgetary process about what's important. So if I look at our budget process, often our stakeholders and community groups will tell us this service is important, and that helps us make decisions on, is that a service that we're going to apply? It might help us determine whether we recommend a service package or whether we recommend a service reduction.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then in regards to the community standards, what other sort of inclusive practices have been done in our facilities? Now, I know smudging is one that is now allowed. Is there anything else that you could point to, Ms. Flaman?
Give me some more examples beyond smudging that you're thinking about.
Well, that's the one that I can think of at the top of my head. So, I don't know.
Like certainly our facilities and spaces are open for all kinds of communities and cultures to come and celebrate. So an example is that during Ramadan, for example, when they break fast, we have thousands of folks breaking their fast at Commonwealth Rec Center. So that's a very common practice that we see across our facilities. They're very open and welcoming, and our connections with the community allow for activation, as you're suggesting.
Okay, and that's something that wouldn't have been maybe considered or put into practice before before the anti-racism strategy came out?
Absolutely. And this is on our journey of continuous improvement, our commitment to reconciliation, and just how we're driving the conversation deeper and deeper into the organizations that are front line, even from their land acknowledgements, are so much more personal and heartfelt. You go anywhere on the street, I've been with city operations when they're about to do a clean, and just the level of maturity of an understanding of where we are in that space, it's been incredible to see the progress.
Okay, good. Thank you for those examples. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Is there anyone else for the first round? I'll take a motion for the second round.
I'll
Mayor
move the
Sohi?
second round.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Seconded by Councillor Rice. Please vote for a second round. I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jansen.
Yes, from Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Next on the board, Mayor Sohi, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on that embedding of anti-racism practices into the organization and seeing through that lens. How do we are we at a point or matured enough in our policies and understanding that racism has a deep impact on our employees, on our communities, and we see this as integral to well-being of individuals and communities?
I would say from a staff perspective, absolutely. I think that, we've done enough in the organization to highlight those challenges. As far as kind of getting through the process inventory and what does it mean to remove all those systemic barriers, I wouldn't say we're there yet.
So they could seeing it as a core responsibility of the corporation, right? In that sense, right?
Yeah, I think everyone's responsible for creating an environment where people feel safe, for sure.
Okay. And how do we apply that to services and programs then? The services and programs that we deliver to the community, that we see through that lens, are they equitable, accessible, meeting the needs of diverse communities?
I think for me, Mayor, I think first of all, it's an excellent question. I think it's a combination. I think it's a combination of the fact that if you look at our front line, we are actually quite diverse. I think that if I think of my own personal journey at the City of Edmonton, we talk about lived experience, anti-racism, and reconciliation in a much different way than we used to. I think before it used to be quite theoretical and academic, and now we invite people to share their lived experiences, whether it's our peace officers sharing with their colleagues, whether it's senior administration being invited into rooms to talk about what it's like to be a senior leader that's racialized or Indigenous. It just, there's a very authentic feeling to it that I think has led to an openness to the rest of the organization to talk about it.
Well, that's thank you for sharing that, because that's very, very important, creating that safe space in a way that, because racism works in very subtle ways, not only just overt ways. It works, I think it's more harmful when it works in a very subtle ways to just silencing people. And
well, I think one of the other things that has changed, and we still have a way to go, but I do feel like the organization has become more psychologically safe to talk about lived experiences, whether that's leaders inviting it or creating spaces where you feel comfortable talking about it. I mean, I remember a time where you wouldn't ask about taking time off to fast, for example, and now, saying I need to take 3 hours off because it's Eid, nobody even asks, tell me a little bit more about that, right? It's just become part of our vernacular and how we speak at the City of Edmonton. And that's been a corporate lift in terms of everybody around the table.
Okay, great. On the, want to come back to the policy review and all that, right? So every person experiences city services differently. You go into a rec center. If you're a person with disability, you're going to run into a lot of barriers than, say, able-bodied person, right? So when we're looking at our policies, how are we keeping those kind of unique needs in mind to make sure our services are accessible and equitable.
So we have a number of bodies that help us see different perspectives, and you're right, able-bodied folks, we experience the world in a very similar way, and so we have our accessibility committee, for example, and also working with our different partners and community agencies that are in our spaces. They're always offering their best ideas that we, again, I think what's most important is we demonstrate our commitment to continuous improvement and making our spaces more accessible and more welcoming.
I'll stop here. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette, did you get a first round?
There's the button. No, I did not.
Okay, you're on the board.
Okay, thank you. So I just thinking about this. First of all, great work. I love it. But I'm thinking about the inherent stresses and pressures that exist in this kind of work that we have seen in other efforts, either in the city or beyond, sort of fall apart because we didn't quite know how to handle those stresses. And I'm just wondering if you can comment on that.
Councillor Paquette, just so I understand, is the question around like how employees who are working in this space are able to keep well?
Well, more along the lines of the mayor's motion that he distributed about creating that table. And so what I've seen in different committees, just in Edmonton and beyond, is that eventually what happens is the let's say the cultural or identity trauma that each group carries and sometimes overlaps and sometimes is directly due to conflict between those cultures and trauma sort of rear their heads and things start to fall apart a little bit.
So if I'm not mistaken, Councillor Paquette, I think this is in relation to the next report, if you're referring to the mayor's draft motion.
Yeah, and so it's along those lines, and to do with this report too. That I didn't see that exactly touched on.
You want to go? I mean, so maybe I'll start and then I'll ask Latif to add. This work is not easy. We've got a number of racialized and Indigenous employees who are also working on anti-racism in our Indigenous Relations Office. It is hard to separate your professional life with your personal life, and I think that particularly for the leaders in this space, that is a very active conversation to make sure that we are continually checking in on our staff. It is also not necessarily easy conversations with community, but I think the one thing that we are absolutely committed to is not stopping. So just because we do face difficult conversations, that doesn't mean that we stop. It might mean that we pause to just take a bit of a breath. But then I think that we've got enough supporters that we can go to get different pieces of advice, and we look at the problem. Well, let me take that word back. It's not a problem. We look at the situation slightly differently to see, you know, is there something that we could have learned? Is there something that we could we have approached this differently? And then lean on others to be able to move us forward. This work really moves at the pace of community, and we have centered community in our work, and we will commit to doing that.
Okay. So I was thinking about this a lot. I was talking to Councillor Tang a little bit about it, about how the analogy that I come to is an arch where each of those stones bears a lot of pressure, but the stone that makes it function is the keystone and turns those stresses and pressures into the very strength of the structure. And so this is kind of an odd question, I know, but what would you consider to be that keystone in this work?
I mean, I think for me, it's really trust at the end of the day.
Okay. Well, so will that sentiment be able to take what is a very fraught sort of experience with all sorts of intersectionality, and because that is the pressure, right? So, is trust going to be the thing that capitalizes on that stress instead of shying away from it? I'm sorry to talk in these, in the term of this arch, but it's the best analogy that I could come up with. That very pressure becomes the very strength of the process. And so trust is maybe what we operate under, but what is that thing? And if we don't have an answer, that's okay. I'll think about it myself. But what is that thing that represents turning that pressure and that stress and that almost inherent inertia to collapse into something that can stand the test of time?
Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. I mean, I'll give space if there's an answer to Councillor Paquette's question there. And it sounds like if not, maybe it's something that we can reflect on, but I just did want to give that space. I'm seeing reflective faces, so I will ask a different question. Well, thank you so much for this excellent work. Maybe just to follow up on some of the questions that were asked earlier about the employment systems review. Very pleased that work is being undertaken, and I appreciate some of the early trends and takeaways that are showing from that review. I guess I'm wondering sort of the next steps now that review has been undertaken. It sounds like under action, is it 48, that there's sort of a subsequent action plan coming from that. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Yes, Councillor, you are.
Okay. And I guess, is there anything else that you can share around what that action plan is going to look like, what form that's going to take? It sounds like it might be early days, but I think that's just a really critical part of this conversation.
Yep, definitely in its early stages, Councillor. So there's 3 big pieces of work that are taking place. One was the employment systems review. We're also doing a review of the GBA Plus process at the city. And then we had the 2024 biennial survey data, along with just listening to our communities, like our D&I committees, our employee resource networks. All of those recommendations from these reports and listening to our internal community of employees will be leading to the Art of Inclusion renewal, or the new equity and inclusion framework at the city. That's the plan going forward. We've started to prioritize some of the many recommendations that are coming out of this report, some of which have been talked about already here. So that will be a high-level plan I can provide for now.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I was going to have a secondary question around how this work sort of intersects with our current GBA Plus process. So it sounds like that is being incorporated into this conversation, and that this larger body of work will inform that process as we go forward.
That is correct.
Excellent. Okay, that really helps me out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I'm going to follow up with my first round questions. So from beginning of implementation to now, how much investment we put in total number, the financial number?
For anti-racism, for the work part of what we do.
This is strategy, entire strategy, implementation strategy, and from beginning and up to date.
So until today, on the strategy work and early implementation, it's about 3.6 million, and then the granting work, which is dispersed directly to communities, also around 3.6 million.
Oh, so that means 7.2 million.
About 7.2 million.
And in the past over 3 years.
Over 3 years,
yes. So among this $7.2 million, how much? Oh, you already mentioned this $3.6 million for the grants. So I noticed there's some difference between the system, between the reports and the presentation for professional staff. Increase from beginning and from 3 and 2. Right now, the presentation in front of me, the report is 6, but the presentation said 7. So I want to make sure which number is correct.
It is 7 because we have a communication staff as well, Councillor Rice.
Okay, so with this investment, I do strongly support the work, and because it's so important and for our city, and everybody will feel welcome and to the city and take this city called city home, and specifically for my personal experience as a first generation immigrant, and this tourism strategy means a lot to me. So I want to make sure the investment, the effort we put here, and the people in our city, and with almost close to 40% of immigrants population, will really feel benefits. So my next related question is, for those grants, $3.6 million grant, and to the grassroots organizations or communities, agencies, do you have a breakdown the number to choose like which community received those grants? Because I do receive the complaint, and from different organizations, community organizations, they did not feel they are equally to receive the certain grants to support their work.
Yeah, all of our grant recipients are online. Everything's public on the City of Edmonton website.
So what's the specific principle we're used here to emphasize certain community and for other type of a community and did not receive the equally opportunity? So is there any specific principle there, and the public can have better understanding for this situation?
I might turn it over to my colleagues in community services to answer that.
I can try to answer at more high level, Councillor Rice, but I might have to get you more information. But the grant program is set up to align with the outcomes from the strategy. So it's all about the outcomes of the programs that is what's factored in. So around more awareness of racism and its impact, and have a greater understanding of how to take actions to address it. Knowledgeable of community organizations are working to dismantle individual and structural racism, and work together to build a diverse, inclusive, and equitable city are the outcomes.
So is that possible? And because right now we're doing the review work here, is that possible for moving forward? And then based on the objective data and from different resources, you mentioned including EPS, based on the reports, the data shows for certain community, we definitely need to put more attention, and then the same principle, like we identify some like high risk spots, we put more attention. For certain community, we put some like attention. So it's my understanding, and also based on the data and from EPS system, Asian community actually has a higher rate to experience racism. So I would like to see that type of work and to reflect the Asian community. And for their organization, agencies, and for the grassroots organizations to do this work, to put more efforts and to improve the perception of the equity.
We can definitely take that away, Councillor Rice.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Just a last question on grants. Are we also tracking in a holistic way, sort of the, for lack of a better word, the oversubscription of requests to the pockets of funding that we have available? So just recognizing that the demand is probably growing, and just ensuring that our resources are growing with that demand.
Yes. Yes, we are tracking that, and it continues for all of our programs to grow.
Okay. And is that, again, when do we see that, I guess? Does that help inform some of the four-year budget processes? How are we looking at that?
I think that that's something we will definitely be taking away with our colleagues in community services as we develop the four-year budget in terms of where we are oversubscribed. I will also say that the anti-racism granting is not the only anti-racism money that also goes out the door, right? Mm-hmm. So for example, we do have the money that goes to Chinatown, for example. Yeah. We have pockets across the corporation that take a very intersectional lens as they're looking at the money going out the door, including the Indigenous Operating Grant as well. Mm-hmm. But I think as I'm talking about this we should actually publicly put this on our website. And so I will take that as a takeaway on my end.
Great, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hearing no further speakers, we have a motion on the floor. We will now move to debate. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the item? Hearing none. Oh, Councillor Principe.
I'll just quickly say thank you very much, and I wanted to also say thank you for letting me know about the Black Canadians course at U of A, because I was not aware of it. I took the Indigenous Canada one, and I will be signing up for this one, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you all very much for this report. I think there's more to say on the next item, which is pretty sizable body of work. But I want to appreciate a little bit of kind of the efforts on this report that's really focused around some of the corporate structures and really internal. And then this is a conversation, even before this term, I've heard a lot of folks talk about, and I think we are making progress. I think it's steady, and I think if I think back to kind of even 4 years ago when we were having this anti-racism conversation to what we are now, the types of connections we've made with different types of communities, it's been drastically different. And I think one of the piece, I like to think that the more open we are to these conversations, more diversity of faces that show up to City Hall, either as employees, but even as community members just speaking, registered as speakers on different items. And they don't always have to be issues related to racism, right? They could be issues related to infrastructure, to our neighborhood streets. And I think that is also a positive change that I've seen. I am aware that the demand, as Councillor Stevenson was saying that the demand for a lot of our grant program has increased significantly. There's a lot of intersections between them, but I also see it as a positive sign that there's more interest and there's more mobilization in the community and more willingness to work with the city. And I think that's also a positive sign. It doesn't mean we stop here. I think there's a lot of narratives out there in the world that's not always constructive to the work that you're all trying to do here. Anyways, just want to appreciate that, and I look forward to the next item as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice to speak.
Thank you very much, and for this, all the reports and then review the progress and come back. Like the question I asked, and I really want to say, so anti-racism, to really make sure the implementation is effective, is everybody's responsibility. Everyone, and from leaders, and from our general public, and from the community, and also from the public service our city provided. And because, and public will perceive the how our city and come across to anti-racism strategy implementation and its benefit for them, or it's working or not working. I think that's collaboration work, that working together, and from everyone, including everyone in this room, including outside and community organizations, community members. It's our responsibility, it's our common responsibility. So I really appreciate this work in place. But I also want to emphasize when the public service provided to the community and to our citizens here, and then their experience can tell us if this strategy, the implementation, work or not work. That is why my question to focus ask the outcomes data, because those data is not subjective, and it is objective, and to reflect, yes, and we are benefit, and with this much money, and in this 3 years, $7.2 million already spent or invested, and people can see the benefits, and they can see that improvement, and from our society, our community. And then in particular for myself, as a visible minority, I really looking for this work and to be reflected and to be moved forward, can feel the way our city's efforts actually leading to the direction and leading to the outcome we all want to achieve. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. To the mover, would you like to close?
I will have more to say when we discuss the setting up or the independent body, but some of our staff members might be leaving for may not be here at 3:45. I just want to thank them for their contributions and the work they have done to build an Edmonton for all of us. Right? It's been a journey over the last 4 years, and I had a chance to work with some of you directly or through my office. I deeply value your commitment to this work, and I'll say that more. I'll say more on this at 3:45. But if you're leaving, please do know that I want to extend my personal thank you for the work you have done. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Sohi. Please call the vote. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. I'll return the chair to Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We're going to go back to, we were on 7.2, right? Prioritization of renewal in 2027-2030 capital budget. Okay. There was a list of council members. Yep. Here we go. You're not the first one. Oh yeah, you have 3 minutes. Yeah. You finish your 5 minutes questions in 3 minutes. Yes, of course. Okay, now to Councillor Salvador. 3 minutes, 5 minutes question in 3 minutes.
I'll be quicker than 5.
Just kidding.
Yeah, let me just switch gears here. Yeah, okay, so I guess I just wanted to ask something that I feel like we've talked about, but I just wanted to kind of check in because I think it's so critical when we're talking about the renewal gap. Just the efforts that we're making to really make clear the full life cycle costs of decisions and infrastructure. Anything that can be shared on that front, any progress that's been made into sort of really embedding that into our decision-making framework.
We actually have a project underway right now for the total cost of ownership, where we're looking at right from inception all the way through to life cycle and replacement to get a better sense of exactly how much an asset will cost us from the minute we make a decision to when we end it and need to replace it. So that is a project that is currently underway, and I don't know if Mr. Walden wants to add anything to that.
That's very exciting.
No, I think that was a really good summary of how we're trying to look holistically at this in terms of that foundation of making those tough choices at those times too, if that's where you were going, Councillor.
Yeah. So I guess that's happening right now. It sounds like it's kind of a discrete project. And then the findings and learnings from that, how do we anticipate to sort of bring those forward or embed that into our larger practice?
So hopefully we'll be ready to bring that forward as part of the capital, like when we start bringing forward the capital budget. I'm not sure it'll be ready in time for the CIO, but hopefully we'll be able to start incorporating some of that into the capital investment outlook and then the budget going forward. We're also looking at better ways to incorporate operating impacts of capital and operating impacts of contributed assets. Great. So we're looking at all of that, trying to improve that overall process right now.
That's excellent. You might not have an answer for me, but I'm trying to get a sense and feeling of what that would look like, and in what form that type of information would come forward to us. So, yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, if we're having a budget conversation, would there essentially be lines and description that really detail that life cycle cost? How? Yeah.
I'm not sure I have the answer to that for you today. There's a couple of folks that are really heavily involved on it that I wish were on the call right now that could probably better answer that. But yeah, maybe.
So maybe I'll add a bit. I think it'll take different forms. And we're still working through all of this. But at the time that you make a decision to invest in an asset, you would be able to see what we'd like in an ideal state would be that you could see the total cost of ownership, including the impacts of any policies or how we build, what we're building, why we're building. So you would have a certain amount of information at the point in which you're making a decision to go ahead with construction an asset or not. We also then at that same time want you to be able to see what are the total operating impacts. And one of the things that we're working through, or that we intend to work through, is some of the issue that we have is the separation between those decisions. That you sometimes decide to build an asset, but you don't feel the operating impacts until we go to open a facility. So is there a better, more principled way for us to factor that into the budget? And that's some of the work that we're still working on.
Okay. Yeah, I'm incredibly interested in that work, and yeah, look forward to further conversations on that. And sorry, timeline on that would be?
I'm not sure. Let me see. I'll message and see if I can get an actual time, unless Craig.
Okay, and I can take it offline as well.
Okay.
Happy
Yeah,
to have
I'll
further
see if I can get an
conversation.
answer while we're in here.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. You have? You had one round?
I had one. I had the first round.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I had the first questions.
Okay. Councillor Rice, you had one round? No, go ahead, please. Yeah.
So my question is all about the renew investment shortfall. So in budget cycle 2023 to 2026, we shortfall $1.5 billion. So with this shortfall, that means we only for the renew investment makes up 21.8% of the capital budget. If then move to the 2023, this is my question, it take a little bit longer to ask, I'm sorry. Because move to the 2027 to 2030, that shortfall increased to $1 billion. So my question is this the accumulated or is the additional $1.8 billion shortfall for the renew project? Additional. So in total, that means for these two budget cycles, then our city actually shortfall and $3.3 billion for the renew capital.
Yeah, and I guess remember, we're giving you very high level estimates, and so and different aspects of the next 4-year capital budget cycle might change. So depending on what decisions are made around what is funding, that can impact that. But I would say we were 1.5 million short of ideal renewal in the 4-year cycle, and we will expect to be another $1.8 billion short in the next cycle.
So if that is the case, and then do you have city administration have any suggestion how we fill this shortfall gap, or we just need this shortfall continue to be added? And because right now the renew investment and is becomes a very concern for lots of Edmontonians, and as we are impact their daily quality of life and then for the in the community.
So without an influx of money coming through, we're going to continue to have a gap as we move forward. But that's part of the reason why with every supplemental capital budget adjustment, as funding becomes available, as funding is, projects end and there's money available, we put it towards renewal because that we do have that gap. And so that is why we continue as much as we can to put money forward. But hopefully, it's money coming in that's the problem.
So my struggle here is we cannot allow this shortfall continue increase, and then because it will reach the point we cannot catch up anymore. So my question to you, I understand we just discussed another item this morning, and then we have most money is going to the renew, not going to the growth. And is there any way or is there any direction from policy perspective you need at this point, and we can address this gap, this shortfall gap, and in the timely manner instead of allow it to become bigger and bigger?
I don't think there's any guidance that we need at the moment. Recall that we did establish the dedicated universal renewal fund, and so that's one step in the right direction. But I do think we will require several different actions, advocating for better funding for municipalities, the dedicated universal renewal fund, the making sure that we're very clear on what assets we own and what shouldn't we own. And I would say we also have to be mindful, knowing that there's pressure to grow, what assets are we gonna grow, and what are, being mindful of how many more assets that we take on, and whether and prioritizing them on the basis of what is the most important service to deliver to Edmontonians, because you may not be able to deliver all of the services that you want.
Yeah, definitely will not be able to do that, and for all the want at the same time. But the principle here, why I'm asking this question, I really want to get from accounting perspective, because I do not want to borrow the money from future and based on this tax levy increase. And already right now, our Edmontonians complain about that. I know my time is out. I will come back for the next round.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair, please?
Taken.
Thank you. Different threads of questions. I'll start with the grant funding. How much of our not constrained but unconstrained grant funding has declined over the last decade? I think we're getting about 1/3 what was promised under MSI funding. Or maybe that number is more of a Alberta municipalities number, right?
Yeah, that might be more of an AB Muni's number. I would just need to look it up, but there's no doubt. We used to get MSI at a committed amount. We had MSI, BMTG. Local government fiscal framework is not providing us the same amount of funding that we were getting in those initial years of MSI. Also got to weigh that against the fact that we do get a fair amount of, not an insignificant amount of funding for very specific capital projects.
Which
so
I appreciate.
We've lost in some ways, we've gained in others, but it's definitely putting pressure on us.
But that constrained funding does not allow us to use for renewal. Maybe some of the public transit funding may allow us to that flexibility where we could replace buses and other transit infrastructure, but mostly that constrained funding is for growth.
Yes, for the most part, that's what we see.
Yeah, right, and the challenge is unconstrained. I know it's ongoing advocacy, but how, I don't know if you have data or not, but I would be interested in, are we, Edmonton, in a kind of unique situation in this, or other major urban centers have a similar challenge of, their renewal needs and deficit?
I think it's pretty fair to say that most this is an issue that many municipalities are struggling with. The financial model for municipalities makes it challenging to maintain assets, grow assets, and provide all the services that they provide.
Yeah, because I know FCM did some analysis in early years. They were pegging an overall infrastructure deficit at billions of dollars. Now that billions have gone to more billions, right? So I think this is kind of a national or maybe North American trend.
That's a fair. It is definitely a national problem and likely a North American problem.
And those trends are not going to, like those grant funding are not going to shift in a short amount of time, right? We can continue to ask, but I don't know if province will ever bring back unconstrained funding to the level where it was in 2007 and 2008. So we will have to rely more on our own sources in order to close the gap.
Yeah, I think we'll continue to advocate,
Yeah.
but how successful the advocacy is uncertain. So when we're working through these issues, we are definitely taking a lens of what is within our control and what decisions can the municipality make.
Yeah.
That
I think that's
address the problems
I
of the
think that's what I'm trying to understand. And these conversations around property taxes going up or not burdening future property tax owners, right? This is a real problem. This is a neglect catches up, right? And it has caught up. We don't have many other sources other than our own sources. We want to deal with it, which is property taxes. Like property taxes is a significant amount. That's the only significant source that we have to deal with.
Yeah, you have two tools, property taxes and user fees.
User fees. But I don't know how would the user fees apply to renewal. They may apply to some of the growth operational pressures, but not capital renewal, right?
To some extent, you could. I think in the past we've looked at whether you can apply fees to that we could put in reserve for renewal of recreation facilities, things like that. So they are all things that we intend to look at as part of the fiscal gaps work plan.
Oh, I see.
It would also take pressure off of the current tax levy, which means we could redirect some of those funds.
Okay. Or Rogers Place maybe is one example. That's how some of the renewal is being funded through our ticket surcharge, right? Okay, got it. Okay. I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on what the mayor was saying about constrained and unconstrained funding that we get from the province. Is it possible or likely that if our constrained funding was lower, is it possible that we'd have a higher unconstrained funding?
That's hard to answer. Because I potentially, but I think that maybe the trend that I think we're seeing is constrained funding tied to growth projects are things that are that other orders of government, it aligns with their priorities, they're able to make announcements on, and they are directly front-facing for residents. Whereas renewal is unconstrained funding means that they provide funding, but they don't always have a say in what that funding is used for. And just like we struggle with when we fund other organizations, it's the same thing for other orders of government. So I think that there's been a tendency over time to move to funding very specific projects.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question. Thank you.
Councillor Principe, can you move the additional round?
Oh, sorry, yes, I can.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to also ask another question about the fleet replacement reserve, because in the report it says that that's also remaining consistent. Is there any recommendation or anything that we need to look at to be increasing that, recognizing some of the risks that have also been identified, such as potential tariffs and those kind of things?
So I know that we're doing work on fleet replacement and the fleet replacement reserve. I'm just not sure that I'm the correct person to answer the most recent information about that. So I'd look to see if Craig McEwen or Arjun are online.
I am online. I'm just going to chat with Arjun on this. If I could just take a minute and see if I can get a better answer for you on the fleet replacement reserve specifically.
Yeah, in the report, just to go to the section, it says the reserve is critical in renewal of the existing fleet, assuming the same level of contribution in the reserve for 2027 to 2030. Contribution would be forecasted at 127 million, and then I feel like that's very low, knowing where some of our fleet is. And so are we making that assumption, or do you need direction to look at and explore if that needs to be increased as part of this discussion with capital budget?
I think that's some of the conversation that we would be having as we're putting the CIO and the budget together. And so I think that's work that's currently underway, and we will certainly be looking at that as part of the capital budget.
Okay.
I think what we're trying to do is just provide you with a factual snippet of information at a point in time. But
Does
we
that
know
4.4 billion include the fleet renewal?
it would include the fleet renewal, I believe, at the amount mentioned in it. But it might be, like, the fact that it might not be enough could potentially add to the renewal gap.
Yeah, that's, I would suspect it's not enough, knowing like how much it costs to replace a fire truck, for example, like an aging fire truck.
And part of the challenge has been we've seen significant escalations in the cost of fire trucks, the cost of different aspects of fleet. And we were seeing that before we even had the tariff situation.
I know, so that's why I want to flag that, and I don't know. I guess I just want line of sight of when would that recommendation come forward to council around that specific fleet renewal piece.
I think that'll form part of the capital investment outlook. And maybe, sorry, just to correct one thing that I said. So the 1.8 billion includes all of our renewal, including fleet, but it doesn't, the fleet replacement reserve itself doesn't cover buses or light rail vehicles.
I knew there was something that was gapping on, yes, okay. Because I remember we had to do a specific LVR motion, right? And that was substantive.
Yes, we did, yeah.
And LVR being light vehicle rail.
But yeah, the lorries, yeah.
Thanks. And what's the like lag time, right? Because that's the other thing. When we talk about capital budget, we talk about renewal. We have to think, we're thinking in 4-year, where we're unique is that we're thinking of 4-year budget cycles, but also some things are taking, 3 years or more in terms of supply chain to be coming in, right? So is there things from a renewal perspective and a risk perspective that we should be actually talking about in 2025 or 2026 instead of waiting till 2027?
Bus delivery timelines will take anywhere from 2 to 3 years. LRVs are substantially longer.
I know, so that my question is, do we wait to have this as a 4-year, or are there things that we know from a risk perspective on a renewal side are needing to be approved sooner so that they're in the queue and we actually get them within this budget cycle?
Yeah, we create risk registers for all of the vehicle profiles. So for the bus profile, we know we have 440 buses that need to be replaced today. That's depending on how you replace those vehicles. If they're like vehicles, you're looking at a $500 million bill. If you're looking for green vehicles, you're looking at almost $1 billion.
Yeah, I think nobody's looking for green vehicles and the buses. I'm not,
So I
no
think-
electric buses.
Yeah, so I think there's definitely, we create those risk profiles and we have those conversations every budget cycle on where we stand with those vehicles.
Okay.
Councillor Rutherford, we also don't start at zero for every budget. Like there's always kind of that, a little bit of a base so that there's planning that can happen. Like we don't start every profile and every
Yeah.
composite back to zero and
Yep.
then build. We do assume a certain level of funding.
Thank you.
Councillor Salvador?
Thank you. Just wondering if we got a timeline around the total cost of ownership work.
We're hoping to have that done by the end of this calendar year, so that then we'll include it into the, and I also did confirm that we will have a section in the capital investment outlook that talks total cost of ownership.
Amazing. Okay, thank you. For that body of work, I assume that there is a pretty clear interplay between like growth management framework and sort of the pacing and phasing of growth as well. I'm thinking about the pacing and phasing of how quick we are taking on new assets, new future liabilities, and maybe that's more directed towards Ms. Petrin or whoever could answer that piece, but there just seems to be an inherent connection there.
Absolutely, and we are working really closely with city operations to look at how we can forecast growth, but also how we account for what we've taken on as an asset to inform budget for maintenance and operation.
What would be the mechanism, I guess, I'm going back to the substantial completion standard. Is that the mechanism for sort of embedding those types of metrics into the pacing and phasing of that growth?
I don't think so. I think we have our integrated infrastructure management plan that is completed with a neighborhood structure plan that does a bit of forecasting for us. And it's about integrating that into our budget and looking at, reconciling that once we understand the pace of growth. Some years are faster than others in terms of the assets that we take on. So I think you'll see in the next 4-year budget a bit better alignment in terms of the maintenance and operation needed to manage new assets in our developing communities.
Okay, great. Really happy to hear that. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I want to follow up on my previous question there. I want to focus on the solutions. Like I said, I do not want to see that gap to keep increase and then achieve the point we can even not catch up. So what I heard, their solution based on information provided based on some questions my colleagues asked, very good questions. One we have that we already set up dedicated reserve. So in terms of the funding source for the reserve, can you confirm with me the funding source for the reserve is only focused on the borrow the future tax increase money to be put inside, or is there any other type of funding resources to fill up that reserve?
Are you talking about the fleet replacement reserve?
No,
or?
the specific, the renew dedicated reserve.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So the decision that council made during the budget in the fall is that would be a tax levy increase over the course, like moving out into the future.
Yes, because so that is only funding source. There is no other funding source.
There's no other funding source at this time.
So actually, I'm not agree with this principle, and because to increase the future tax, and then to fill out the gap for the current cost. So I don't think this is one and is sustainable from long-term perspective, and then how we achieve that point, and we can catch up for the shortfall. So that's number one solution. Number two solution is prioritizing, which we are discussing right now. For this prioritizing right now, and then we could finish certain renew work, but then as a result, for other type of renewal will be delayed, and because with this shortfall, right?
That's correct. There will need to be a prioritization on what to do with the funding that you have and what renewal you're going to be comfortable not taking an action on and potentially let deteriorate further.
So do we have any analysis work already done that information is available to talk about the impact of the delay of the renewal work? So what's impact for the services city provided if we delay certain renewal work?
We see a variety of different impacts. It increases, I'm not sure if Caitlin is on the line, but it certainly increases the operating costs for city operations. It can have longer term impacts on the cost it has for replacement and renewal, which I'm sure Mr. Wobham can refer to, but it has a variety of different impacts. I think it depends on the asset as far as what the actual impact would be.
So I'm a little bit surprised, and then for those impacts, analysis information does not include in this prioritizing reports today we're discussing right now. So I would like to see that type of impact, and it should really, based on the impact, based on the risk, and if we delay certain renewal, what's the operation cost could be increased, how that impact our overall budget, and that information is lack of and in this report. So is that possible to get some information and then through the memo or something? I do not want to add extra motion and extra work for you to do that.
Councillor Rates.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We have that information, like in a good example is rolling stock. We have an economic replacement point on a vehicle. So you know the life cycle of that asset, when the most opportune time to replace that asset is before you get diminishing returns in the operating cost. So we have that information on rolling stock, for sure.
Okay, so definitely I would like to see that information.
And maybe just as a reminder, we did bring forward an options for a new, like prior to the dedicated universal renewal fund approval in the spring, we had brought forward options for new dedicated renewal, and we provided some analysis by asset class, facilities, transit, and I think bridges, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so if today we received this report as information, what does that mean? So we are not take any solutions, just allow the shortfall continue? And can you comment on that? If we, because I noticed they just received as information.
So I think like this is received for information now. It was in response to a motion made in September of 2024. We brought you this information, but where you'll see the actions is through the work done on the capital investment outlook and the work done as part of the 4-year budget.
So I'm sorry, my time is out. I need to follow up with you and for certain actions.
Do you have any motions?
No,
like, do you have any suggestions?
I don't have right now, and I may follow up later. So.
Okay. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair, please?
Taken.
I just want to follow up on Councillor Rice's desire, and I think it's a very valid point that we can't wait for solutions to come in the future. We need to offer solutions now, right? So one solution we can offer is start the renewal fund sooner than anticipated, right? That will be one option. We could make a motion today that say start the renewal fund tomorrow.
Well, you passed your tax bylaw, so I would suggest that you can't actually make a motion that impacts 2025.
But you can always amend it.
No, you can't amend the tax bylaw now once it's through. So you could do that for 2026.
Yeah.
But you can't do it for 2025.
Well, okay, maybe 2025 is almost 3/4 gone, right? So, like council can direct you now, say starting 2026, start 2% tax levy dedicated to renewal.
Yes, there's nothing that prevents you from doing that from 2026. I would just, and I don't mean to be difficult, you cut pay-as-you-go funding in the last budget cycle.
That's what I'm getting at. Like if we are serious about solutions, instead of just talking about solutions, we can give you direction today to start a 2% tax levy increase or 3% tax levy increase or 4% tax levy increase for a dedicated renewal fund starting 2026.
Yes, and maybe the more appropriate direction would be to return with that in the fall supplementary budget adjustment.
So anyone who's serious about it, you want to do that?
I think we have a plan.
Okay. Okay.
I think trying to adjust that gap all at once is reckless, just like the service standards for snow.
Okay, all right. Now, there are solutions out there, but it requires.
Sorry, point of order. I can't hear the speaker. I hear, could they turn their mic on?
That's fine, I'm done.
No, I couldn't hear the person responding to you.
Oh, no, that's all the questions. I'm done with my questions.
I think someone's audio is not working. I heard the mayor's voice, but then somebody else. There was another voice, but it wasn't working. Was that administration?
That's okay.
So,
I'm done.
Mayor Sohi, to answer your question, and yes, we do take this seriously, but the increased tax is not the only way, and we have different.
Point of order. Are we going to do another round? There's just a bit of crosstalk.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with questions.
So I just answer your question. There is no around.
No. Okay, I'll take the chair back, Councillor Jans.
Taken.
Okay, that concludes all the questions to administration. Okay, to speak now, we have motion on the floor. Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I sort of wanted to piggyback off your piece there a bit. I think there probably, well, let's memory lane this again. 2009, I think it was you were on council when you wanted to take seriously neighborhood renewal, and that council today made a decision to increase property taxes over 10 years to ultimately fully fund a neighborhood renewal program. In 2015, there was a report that came from IIS, or late 2014, that showed we were half of what we should be for arterial road renewal, and so the council of the day more than doubled the arterial roadway renewal budget through property taxes through that approach. And frankly, that particular program is underfunded now too. We haven't touched it in 10 years, and we've grown our inventory, and it's fallen behind. In 2018, we did alley renewal, and again, that funding mechanism was property taxes. Councillor Salvador brought forward the dedicated renewal fund. The program, as approved by this council, is not enough. It's nowhere close to enough. It means we will still fall behind, but it was a step in the right direction. I think the only other solution is you sell off our infrastructure. Like we can go sell off all our infrastructure, municipal infrastructure, sell it off. And like this isn't meant to be just like dismissive. It's just there's really two things. We can sell off the infrastructure that we currently have that is at end of life and needs a lot of money to be put into it, or we can put the money into it. The third would be, it'd be great to get the money that the unconstrained funding from the other orders of government, particularly the provincial government like we had. That feels more wishful right now than likely. But if that were to change, if suddenly we saw an opportunity for a large sum of funding from the provincial government under LGFF, that would also allow us to start playing catch up as well. But truly, those are sort of the three things. And the challenge is the LGFF, even with all of the advocacy work by Alberta municipalities and RMA, this has been united across municipalities of all sizes. We're not seeing that funding get to the level it used to be in 2011. So I don't think we can really bank on that, although both organizations, I think, will continue to work on that. I don't think there's a huge appetite to either close down or sell off our municipal infrastructure. I mean, I think about how many times, sorry, Councillor Salvador, for saying the words East Glen Pool. I'm not suggesting, and I remember how many times that came forward and council said, no, we're not going to close that down or sell that off because it's too important to the community. But that meant the only other way for us to do the job is to pay for it on the property tax side. So it's actually not really a huge oversimplification. If we want to do this and we want to do it the way it's supposed to be, we actually need to probably triple or quadruple the previously approved dedicated renewal fund in order for administration to be able to do the work they need to do. And that's just a hard reality that we're facing. But I thought I'd say it out loud because, again, we went through that exercise in 2009, 2015, 2019, and as of 2024 for the dedicated renewal fund, time and time again, that's the solution unless we're willing to take some of those other actions, which I don't think there has been an appetite. And even if there's some small adjustment in that category, I think that's not really a realistic scenario. So going to be hard, and the next folks here at this table will need to have a conversation about whether the pace of the dedicated renewal fund is fast enough. It's not. So somebody will pay for it either in the next 4-year budget or in the next 20 years because we're not keeping up with what we need to. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I really enjoyed this report. I found it very informative. It allows us to go into budget adjustments or the next 4-year budget, I think, eyes wide open. And I say the next budget adjustment because we have to be diligent in every budget decision we make now. When we talk about, putting forward a motion for an expansion of something into the south, does it meet one of these criteria? I think we'll need to start to ask ourselves that question. I know it's scary when we see the fact that we will still have a deficit even if we put all of the renewal funding available. What administration is telling us today, and not just us Edmontonians, is that, and this is why I was so compelled to run for city council, because the decisions we make now, actually you won't see the decision impact in this term. But this is a 20-year runway. We are told in this report that we have 20 years before we will have DNF condition infrastructure. And we will be in a place where we will be making decisions that are untenable for that council about which neighborhoods get to keep their pool. Sorry, Councillor Salvador. Which neighborhoods get to have an ice rink maintained. What, all of those things. So the decisions that we make today matter, but we cannot, just like with snow clearing and other operational deficits that we have, we cannot also fix it in one fell swoop. This has been 20 years ago decisions are why we are here today talking about this deficit. And so we can course correct and we can change the trajectory, but to think that we can, in the next 4-year budget, completely come up with a solution that will eliminate that in that 4-year budget cycle is unrealistic. It's unrealistic of Edmontonians, and that tension with taxpayers, it's unrealistic. We also we have to have things like neighborhood renewal, dedicated renewal fund, alley renewal, all of these things we need, and we need more. We need to actually start to have conversations about what assets we maintain. That's not a silver bullet either, though, because as we've learned with Century Place, there's costs involved in disposition. So to think that you're just going to be able to dispose of stuff and have free money is also not tenable. So that is a long play. And I see so many linkages with other things too. We have infill and tax uplift from infill. We have an industrial action plan where if we do that successfully and we double down on it, we will have the opportunity to do tax uplift. But then, what we have to avoid, we collectively, whomever's in these chairs, is the tendency to take that tax uplift and put it back on the tax levy when you know full well now where that money needs to go. And it's to renewal. So for anybody that wants to make a suggestion at this table about how we solve it, I could give you about 10 different things that we can be doing that over the next 20 years will get us where we need to be and mitigate the disaster. But we can't do it all at once, and we have to be diligent and so focused on what is really important, and that is, yes, continuing to grow as a city, but growing where it makes sense, safety, investment, all of those things, and renewal, double down on renewal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford, for closing. Okay. Please. Huh? I forgot actually you were closing. Okay, please vote. And I forgot you were closing.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans, and thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Hamilton, are you with us online? Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I have a subsequent on this item.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay. Sorry, what is it? Go ahead.
I'd like to move that administration provide an update on prioritization of mobility infrastructure, including arterial roads, as a follow-up to UPE 00491 Mobility Network Assessment and UPE 01825 Arterial Road Assessment Report, and include the conditions that have changed since 2022-2023, including but not limited to growth, cost escalation, tariff implications, et cetera, for the top priorities. Due to Q1 2026 Urban Planning Committee.
Second.
Can you make the
Yeah.
Can you make the introduction, please?
I thought Councillor Rutherford summed it up really well. A huge aspect of our capital projects should be focused on renewal, but I don't want some of these critical growth items fall off as well. We received a report back in 2022-2023 about the top 3 pressures for arterial roads. Since then, we've seen some significant pressures when it comes to population growth. That puts just a lot of challenges on our roads. At least in the southeast in my ward, I've heard a number of pain points, in particular related to 66th Street and 91st Street. And each budget adjustment, I keep wondering at what point are we going to get to some of these. And I don't think we're going to get there anytime soon. However, I understand that there is a bit of analysis coming back around Q1 2026. And I would like some additional information that wasn't already planned related to some of the cost escalation. For example, one of the 3 projects, since 2022-2023 has nearly doubled in cost. And so I think I just want and I think this is an information report that will inform the next capital budget, and that's why it's placed here with administration's recommendation, is to inform, yes, we have a massive renewal deficit. There's a lot of projects on that piece, but what else is on the go, and what's the horizon for that?
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford, you have questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple quick questions, because I'm not familiar with these reports off the top of my head in terms of, can you remind me, I think one was just external to the Henday, and one of the reports included a broader look. Am I remembering that correctly?
Councillor Rutherford, I would just have to pull the report quickly around. Was it just external to the Henday. I don't believe it was for the mobility network analysis.
Okay.
On the arterial roadway, that report provided a criteria around, I think it was safety, traffic management, given growth in developing areas, and it identified 3 key priorities in terms of our arterial road. And it was 167th Avenue and 66th Street, Parsons Road at Ellerslie, and 215th Street.
Okay.
Was the outcome of the information shared in the arterial road report referenced there.
Okay. Is that, to the mover, is that your recollection too?
Yes.
And so you're wanting it to see if those are still the priorities?
Yeah, because I think a lot has changed since that report was published.
With the population growth and
exactly, and I suspect those 3 still are. I think we heard about at least one of them yesterday during the rezoning, during the public hearing. I'm sorry, but I think more than seeing the top 3, I want to know what the top 10 across the city is,
across the city is your intention?
So this is across the city.
Okay.
That those 2 reports are citywide.
Okay, that was just what I couldn't remember if it was outside of the Henday only or just in, so thank you for that clarification. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
So the quick question for the clarification for the scope of this motion. So outside the Henday and for the South Edmonton area, there are many the major roads. That major road and covered by this one, or is it separate, like assessment? For example, 41st Avenue, and 28th Avenue, 32 Avenue, all those
Yes, it would include those areas. And this report, the mobility network analysis report, is the one we've shared with you before, is coming in Q1 2026. And for clarity, it's administration taking a prioritization framework to looking at mobility infrastructure investments that support city plan and growth, and then provides that information to council to inform the capital budget.
So all those roads will be included in this report.
Yeah.
So then my next
and prioritize. Sorry, Councillor Rice.
Prioritization. So my next question related to 41st Avenue, if that is part of this. So you can correct me, is my understanding based on information I have, is already done some assessment and in 2023. So is this motion will provide a direction for you to go to redo that assessment again, or how that work together with all the work already done?
So we would do the mobility network analysis, looking at traffic, local challenges, safety, to inform where are the top priorities of arterial roads that need investment, and that will be the outcome of the report and shared with, it'll come to committee, Urban Planning Committee, in Q1 of 2026.
So when those type of the work will be done, is done to this year? Because this report come back the first quarter 2026, and then is there any additional assessment will works be done in the rest of the 2025?
Yeah, the work is happening this year to inform that report in terms of the technical analysis that will be needed to inform the report. So the team is working on that.
So the work is underway?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. You have my time.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So we are going to take a break here. Oh, sorry, you got to vote on this. Sorry, we have 2 minutes. Oh, we can finish. Okay, it's only 3:28. Okay. Oh, you want to speak? Oh, Councillor Piquet wants to speak. You need full 5 minutes, Councillor Piquet?
No, I can go quick.
If you could do it 1.5 minutes, go ahead.
Okay, you can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to point out that this is the kind of motion that speaks to the fact that this is, I know it sounds like a big number, 1.8 billion, and it is, but anyone who's surprised hasn't been paying attention, and anyone who thinks it's a crisis doesn't know how to react. And this is one of those motions that shows that councillors know how to react. This is an issue that was inherited in many ways, but this council and this administration have really started to transform how we look at these issues and how we account for them going forward. And so, we've come out of COVID, we've come out of an economic downturn, massive inflation, and now tariffs, and we did all the prep work for growth at the beginning of this term and throughout this term. The next term is going to be about managing that growth, managing infrastructure, and setting into place all of the policies and procedures and approaches that we require. And so for anyone who's listening, this is not panic button time in any way, shape, or form. This is adjustment, which we will do, and we will find better strategies. And at the end of the day, I think that what the takeaway for me is that the city is doing better and better all the time with how we approach our infrastructure, how we approach our amenities, and how we approach the operating costs for all of those things and the renewal. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, that's me speaking to it, and I thank the councilor for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote. Sorry, no, close. No, please vote.
I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Jans?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll be back at 3:45. Everyone, we are back. We'd like to call this meeting back to order. We'll do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Oh, you're on the way or you just going?
No, I'm on the phone now, so won't be back in person.
Okay. Councillor Prince Bay.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
Hello.
And Councillor Jans. Councillor Jans.
Hello.
There you go. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, you got it. We hear you. Okay. All right, we are on to item 7.5, Independent Anti-Racism Body Analysis and Options. We'll go to administration and the delegation to make a presentation.
Great, thank you, Mayor Soe. So hello again, City Council. For this afternoon's second presentation about anti-racism, I am joined by Latif Jina, Senior Executive Advisor for Anti-Racism and Intersectionality, and members of two advisory processes who have been working on the independent anti-racism body. Andre Tinio, former chair of the advisory panel, Lisa Holmes, Chief of Staff for Mayor Soe, Kaylee Avaduti from Treaty 6, Barhet Waldemiriam from the Center for Race and Culture, and Irfan Chaudhry, an Edmonton Police Commissioner. We also have a number of city staff available to answer any questions that you might have. As you have heard earlier this afternoon, the anti-racism work at the city is guided by the anti-racism strategy that was approved in February 2022. This presentation and report supplements our earlier discussions with an update on a recommendation for an independent anti-racism body. Next slide, please. Thank you. The anti-racism strategy outlined what the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, ARAC, anticipated an independent anti-racism body would do. It asked for a community-driven body that is independent from other bodies, accountable to communities, stands outside of existing colonial structures, and provides anti-racism oversight and a backbone function. Today's report shares options for the independent body that emerged from two development processes which considered community conversations and public engagement, best practices and tested tools, and the exploration of today's current context while holding true to the intent of 2022 recommendations. I will briefly turn it over to Latif Jina and Andre Tinio to briefly review the process completed by the advisory panel.
Thank you, Salima. As a reminder, administration recruited a 15-person community panel through a public process to support the city manager in establishing the independent anti-racism body, as called for in the city's anti-racism strategy. The panel met every 2 weeks with support from the high-level office and an external facilitator. The panel internally assessed their collective skills and experiences and divided their work into 5 subcommittees that advanced detailed work in areas such as vision and mission, governance, and budgets. All findings and recommendations of the subcommittees were shared with and approved by the panel as a whole. The panel established a unique anti-racist way of working. They ensured that the group held space for different ways of knowing and lived experience, related to each other with care, respected the sensitivity of each of their stories and lived experiences, and grounded their work as an action of reconciliation. The panel took time to understand systems of oppression and their impact on racialized communities, especially complex identities, by consulting with subject matter experts and seeking guidance from city leaders. The panel conducted public outreach following milestones in the development of their recommendation. The panel was proactive, engaging with Indigenous leaders, community organizations, and people with lived experience through both in-person and online models. I will now pass it over to Andre to speak about the final recommendation of the advisory panel, which is provided to administration late August.
Thank you, Latif. Good afternoon, everyone. As a reminder, my name is Andre Tinio. I am a registered social worker and former chair of the advisory panel. I'd like to acknowledge with great thanks the advisory panel members, city administration staff, my Harvard team colleagues, and your support as council. Developing our panel report and recommendations has been a long journey, and I've been privileged and thankful to have served in this role and speak with you today. The advisory panel took deliberate time to understand and accept the hard foundational work that ARAC had put into making the anti-racism strategy. Accordingly, we provided the city manager with a community-informed recommendation. Our report recommends that the body be incorporated as a not-for-profit society with community leadership and be primarily accountable to community. We identified 7 priority themes that must be addressed in order to advance the process of anti-racism in Edmonton. They are hate crime system support, treaty foundations, anti-Indigenous racism and reconciliation, intercultural relations and lateral violence, restorative processes in racial justice, influencing education systems, and creating a long-term anti-racism strategy alongside the high-level office at the city. As a nuance to our recommendation, we envisioned a broad concept of the word body, which included not only a new not-for-profit organization, but also the broader ecosystem of community organizations and subject matter experts working on issues of anti-racism, reconciliation, and anti-oppression. To create independent capacity means both creating new structures, systems, and bodies, while supporting occurring work in established organizations. The body provides connective tissue to the anti-racism ecosystem, ensuring that there are people and funding available to advance priority work, and ensuring that the outcomes are relevant to and accountable to communities facing challenges. The work plan we shared also provides a path for the appointment of a founding board, formation of the society, and recruitment of an executive director who would be charged with launching the new body and forming collaborations with organizations. I'll pass it back to Salima.
Sorry, one moment, please. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Latif and Andre. While administration was reviewing the advisory panel's final report, an opportunity presented itself as a result of the mayor's participation in the Bloomberg-Harvard City Leadership Initiative. Through this program, a priority focus was required, and the mayor chose for it to be anti-racism. Mayor Soy appointed Lisa Holmes as Chief of Staff to the mayor and myself as Chief of Staff to the city manager as the senior leaders for the program. The opportunity to dig a little deeper into a complex challenge was timely. Administration was expecting that a recommendation was coming our way from the advisory panel, and we were thinking through how we implement the recommendation. We applied to the collaboration track of the Harvard program and were successful in securing their advisory services on implementing an independent anti-racism body. There were 11 cities selected for the program, and Edmonton was one of them. Harvard leadership came to Edmonton in the fall of 2024 to kick off the program and bring key interest holders together to start this project's journey. From there, a small team of 7 was selected by the mayor's office to participate in an intensive program, which included 2.5 hours of weekly sessions and a week-long workshop in Cambridge for hands-on support from the team at Harvard for our cohort cities. I will now turn it over to the mayor to provide his perspective on the program, and then members of the Harvard cohort will take a few minutes to explain the program. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, thank you so much. You know, while progress has been made on the anti-racism work in the city of Edmonton, it has been slow due to complex community dynamics, institutional barriers, and lack of trust rooted in systemic racism. So to navigate these challenges, I joined the Harvard Bloomberg City Leadership Initiative with my chief of staff and members of administration and members of the community representatives. Through the sessions, we had the opportunity to learn from leaders from around North America and get feedback on what our city has been doing to tackle racism. We learned best practices for collaborating across boundaries, innovating at local level, and creating processes rooted in possibility and empowerment. We were able to leverage the Institute's resources and eventually submitted a successful application to the year-long program that helps cities tackle complex problems by leveraging diverse expertise and perspectives across departments, organizations, sectors, and communities. I am deeply encouraged by the work that our team has done, was able to accomplish, and I believe it sets our city on a path to be an equitable and sustainable progress on anti-racism for years to come. Over to you, Slima.
Great, thanks, Mayor Sohi. I will now turn it over to Andre.
Thanks, Salima and Mayor Sohi. So as shared earlier, this was an amazing opportunity to explore and dive deeper into the anti-racism work that city administration was tasked to operationalize. We created a space where we could challenge each other and healthily debate this work and honor our individual strengths and diverse contributions. We were able to learn from phenomenal instructors, obtain tools to aid in our iterative work, and receive feedback and knowledge from participating cities. We leaned into discomfort and challenged ourselves when we sensed barriers or inhibitors to our work. Most importantly, we quickly built trust with each other and intentionally created space in our demanding lives with competing priorities to invest in this work. With this, I'd like to invite representatives from the Harvard team to provide City Council with a bit more information about the program and the outcomes of our participation. Kaylee will get us started.
Great. Thank you, Andre. As mentioned, Edmonton was selected as a successful participating city when administration was reviewing the advisory panel's final report and exploring how to implement what was recommended. As such, we already had an incredible opportunity to start from the work that had been completed. The participation of the advisory panel chair, Andre, in this project ensured continuity from the work of the panel to the new process we would explore through Harvard. The project team dug into the original anti-racism strategy to understand where the work all began, and then also launched our work from the advisory panel's final report. This document outlined the immense lift of the panel members, and we recognize and thank them for this work, to determine what the priorities of this independent body need to be, and had already done some analysis on models that your team deemed effective. Thanks to the work of both the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee and the advisory panel, we were not starting from scratch. But we had community voices informing our direction and had the opportunity to explore further with the Harvard process. The Bloomberg-Harvard process had validated 5 key steps that are outlined on the slide here, which have been completed with many cities around the world. Ultimately, the tools provided by the Bloomberg-Harvard team guided the project team through a series of exercise sprints to dissect the opportunity of an independent anti-racism body and test a number of potential models. The program allowed the project team to leverage best practices and tools to work through complex challenges in a collaborative fashion. During the 6-month program, the team worked on defining the problem that had the opportunity for multiple solutions, created a team and set standards for how we would all work together, learned theoretical and practical understandings of cross-sector collaboration that helped us to better understand strategy, trade-offs with collaboration, and the barriers that we might encounter. Constructed and deconstructed the opportunity, looking at what might be causing the challenges we've been facing in implementing an independent anti-racism body. Finding entry points, which essentially are practical openings for solutions, and iterated intensively, testing different assumptions, models, and possible solutions for the opportunity. It also provided access to experts, including Dr. Kim Leary, who has experience with equity and anti-racism work in federal administrations in the United States, and a cohort of 10 other cities who have various experiences that help shape Edmonton's approach and validate the approaches that we were considering. All of this has brought us to where we are now, refining our potential solutions and preparing for the next phase, which is gaining direction from City Council based on all the work completed to date by the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, the Advisory Panel, and the Harvard team.
So next with the key findings, as we went through this process, we noticed that the priorities identified by the Advisory Panel also resonated with the Harvard team. In our discussions, we saw an opportunity to prioritize some of those ideas to help move things forward more quickly. Both the advisory panel and the Harvard team looked at several models, some the same, some new, like an advocate's office, or even some changes to the grants program. We also used the advisory panel's assessment criteria and added some from the Harvard process to see if any new insights would emerge. In the end, both groups agreed. There are many possible models, each with their own pros and cons. The advisory panel supported a nonprofit model, and the Harvard team added one other option, working with existing organizations in a collaborative way. This approach shifts the city away from creating new nonprofits, and instead it focuses on partnering with diverse groups already doing anti-racism work, supporting them, and taking on more of a connector or convener role.
Building on the intentions articulated by the advisory panel, the Harvard team further explored a community-centric collaboration model. In this model, a small number of existing organizations would be openly recruited to lead community priorities, working collectively with each bringing forward their experience, expertise, and relationships. The selection criteria could include expertise and experience, balance of systems and grassroots actors, capacity, and understanding of the foundations required to drive successful collaboration. This would be further developed if this option is selected. Representatives from both the advisory panel and the Harvard team could assist in the design of this process. This model provides an opportunity for community subject matter experts to lead anti-racism work and align efforts in addressing racism to achieve long-term systemic shifts. This model also addresses the collaboration gap that was identified through previous engagement processes. This collaboration would work to ensure Indigenous voices and Indigenous perspectives are represented. It would be independent, community-led entity where organizations will expand their capacity for collective work. Support for the collaborative would be provided by a collaboration manager, providing some of the administrative and strategic support required to move the work forward. The $1.6 million in ongoing funding that Council approved in November 2023 would be stewarded by the collaboration and used to finance the project, initiatives, organizational, and administrative needs, including the collaboration manager. To begin, the collaboration will focus on the community priorities validated through the advisory panel engagement process. Those would be the ecosystem coordination and collaboration, community-based education, particularly as it relates to treaty foundations, intercultural relations, and anti-racism learning, data and research, and hate crimes and systems support, including guidance on race-based data. As a collaborative, they will decide together how they respond to community needs and assess where and when to shift or advance other issues. As a collective, they can report progress directly to community as required and will report on milestones and budgetary matters via administration. These processes will be further developed if Council wishes to advance this model.
As the city has advanced its work in the anti-racism space, it's moving along a continuum. Different initiatives and communities are at different stages of this continuum based on what their priorities and needs are. In its early stages, the city operated in the space of inform, whereby information was shared out, and over time, it then moved into a space of consult, where more information input was gathered by community. The establishment of the independent anti-racism body advisory panel brought the work into the space of involve, bringing community voice directly into the planning process. Where the Harvard team challenged ourselves was to focus on the desired outcomes and the role of the independent anti-racism advisory body. Earlier today, administration updated Council on the corporate action plan, where progress will be publicly updated, giving the public insight as to what they can expect and holding administration and Council accountable to ensure those actions get completed. Our team really dug into understanding what community's role is in all of that. And it includes things like they need to be connecting, integrating, and collaborating to truly address racism. They have to be knowledgeable about one another's work and create a network and system of support. They have to be resourced to provide the priority services that Edmontonians need when experiencing hate, discrimination, or racism. And they have to have their own aspects of the community response while the city works with and alongside them doing their own work plans. That is what brought us back to the collaboration model. It's bringing community together into the solution and makes them a critical partner in addressing the issue and resourcing it appropriately with the city as a partner at the table. Then over time, as the work is coordinated and further established in partnership, there may be an opportunity for a larger backbone organization that can be fully community-owned. We see this as a natural evolution. There is a lot of capacity in community to do this work, and this structure will harness all of that energy and expertise in a new way to propel the work forward. There's a great opportunity for us to leverage all the great work that has been done, and it fits well into the space as we continue to grow together as a community dedicated to address racism, hate, and discrimination in this city.
The foundational work has now been done. By bringing together the voices of community, the advisory panel's work, and the Harvard-Bloomberg Initiative, this council report outlines a number of possible ways forward. The advisory panel's report reflects through research, analysis, engagement, and community-validated recommendations. The intensive Harvard process built on this through the use of global best practices to advance cross-collaboration. It is our view that administration has presented City Council 3 viable options for addressing a multifaceted and evolving challenge. 1, an independent nonprofit organization as outlined in Attachment 1 of the report by the advisory panel. This is a community-led plan that corresponds to the details and direction provided in the anti-racism strategy. 2, a collaboration model is outlined in Attachment 2 of the report developed through the Harvard Bloomberg Initiative. This approach addresses the intentions of the anti-racism strategy and advances the panel's report by leveraging existing capacity within the anti-racism ecosystem in Edmonton. And 3, a council advisory committee that has a direct relationship with City Council to oversee anti-racism. As you heard earlier today, this has been a particular ask of the representatives supporting and advocating for the Anti-Black Racism Action Plan. Following today's report, administration will take City Council's direction and implement accordingly. This will include further establishing the process and details of implementation. While much of this has been considered in designing these options, additional work and opportunities to learn from former nonprofit creations, collaborations, or advisory committees will be undertaken to learn from others who have worked in these spaces. Administration is committed to working alongside community to implement this work and continues to iterate the solutions to meet community needs when it comes to anti-racism in Edmonton. Throughout today's report, you have heard the progress that administration is making with anti-racism work both internally and with community members. This report signals our next stage and the evolution of this work to advance on the priority, internal corporate action plan, and the opportunity of a community-led response through an independent body. We are happy to have representatives from these teams here today, and we thank them and those from the advisory panel and Anti-Racism Advisory Committee to getting us to where we are today. With that, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I want to thank you, each and every one of you, for your work. Some have been involved for a few years, and some joined a little later on. But here we are today because of your efforts and your commitment and your ongoing dedication to building an anti-racist city with various organizations that we have been working with. So I want to extend that thank you on behalf of City Council. I exempted this item, and I have a motion to make to start the conversation. So I'm going to cede the chair to Councillor Jans.
Taken.
Thank you. And I will move that administration implement the recommendation to create a collaborative table as outlined on page 17 of attachment 2 of the Office of the City Manager, OCM 03051, Independent Anti-Racism Body Analysis and Options, and that implementation includes, number 1, a plan to ensure the collaboration table selection process is equitable, transparent, and includes both individuals and groups who are reflective of diverse Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities in Edmonton. Due date Q2 2026. And the next part, in setting up the collaboration table, administration facilitate a member-led process to develop short and medium-term outcomes, identify how these outcomes will be resourced, and a plan to report back to the community, due date Q3 2026, and that administration facilitate a report to City Council from the collaboration table with 1-year update on implementation and additional thoughts on moving to community ownership model, due date Q3 2027.
Second.
Okay, moved by Sohi, seconded by Tang. Can I just look to the clerk and administration that the motion is properly in order?
So just for clarity, what this motion will do is generate 3 different reports coming back on the dates indicated.
And that's in order? That's understood consistently?
This is fine from our perspective.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, Mayor Sohi, do you want to introduce?
Yeah, very quickly, our city is growing, and our city is, as a matter of fact, becoming a destination city, right? And we are Canada's one of the most diverse cities, home to significant Indigenous, Black, racialized, and newcomer population. So it's our responsibility to ensure that the city is a safe place for everyone, it's a welcoming place for everyone, it's a thriving place for everyone. And anti-racism work is not peripheral work. It needs to be core municipal responsibility. And so as Edmonton grows, we ensure that our services are accessible, our communities are inclusive, and our collective potential is realized. When I made my initial motion, supported by council, there were 3 pillars to the strategy. We talked about 2 pillars this afternoon, and this is the 3rd pillar of creating a body in the community that will lead communities' action on anti-racism. The reason I'm proposing this motion, a collaborative table, is that it allows the existing organizations to kind of work together, share best practices, and be supported by the city instead of creating a separate nonprofit organization, because we do have a lot of wealth of knowledge and expertise already in the community that a collaborative table will allow us to tap into. I do want to thank deeply for many community members who gave their time to shape this process, particularly the work of the Anti-Racism Advisory Panel. These are 15 individuals who gave hours and hours of their time, right? So really want to acknowledge that, and also acknowledge the work of the Harvard, our team that joined that program, and I'm out of time.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Do we have any questions on the motion? Councillor Tang.
Okay, great. Thank you very much to the mover and to everyone who presented. I think the recommendation for a collaboration table is sound. I guess, first of all, just so I can better understand this group, I think anti-racism is something we've been kind of working at for years and years, and this is something kind of pulled together in the past year. You've went on this journey, came back with some of the recommendations. It's a bit of a collaboration table too, right? I guess maybe some commentary from the members. How do you feel, and especially collaboration with administration? What was that process like? Was it collaborative? Was it transparent in terms of info sharing? Andre?
I'll start us off. Yes, I think the nuance, trying to find the balance between administration versus a community perspective was an interesting exercise I'm reflecting over the last 3 years, because administration was very upfront with me in my experience in the advisory panel that they didn't want to overstep. They didn't want to be seen as the ones influencing and dictating the path. And so it really was a collaborative approach from the community perspective, and me helping lead and shaping the influence and the next steps going forward, because I had to encourage panel members that we are the ones that are also providing our input here and leveraging the knowledge at this table. And trying to find that balance was, I won't lie, it was tricky, because again, how do you do that from a place of making sure that power was shared amongst both of us?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in the past there has been effort to try to do that, but there's, as the mayor said, there's a lot of, I think, institutional just barriers in how city does things that makes it difficult. So that's good to hear. I have a lot of questions. Yeah. Maybe Irfan, if I can go pick on you for a second. This is not the first time city had an anti-racism initiative. You were part of some of the early edition of Racism-Free Edmonton as a city initiative. From a structure and framework perspective, why is what you're recommending here different?
Yeah, good question. I think just the fact that there's already like a high-level office established, that was not there prior to when Racism-Free Edmonton was there. So I think having that established, like, embedded within the city, that's one layer for sure. And then just to your earlier question, in terms of the collaboration piece, you know, we respectfully challenged and pushed back some of the recommendations, because as we spent time at Harvard working through the models, we respectfully were, you know, questioning if it would be applicable to what is most reasonable. And that's where we really felt the collaboration model was there, in addition to having like a high-level office that's accountable and embedded. That to me is the biggest difference from the last time.
Okay, great. And then to the other panel members, so this was presented to the Anti-Racism Advisory Panel, even though they had recommended that first one, which is a nonprofit, but were they receptive to this pathway as well?
I'll share. So from my perspective as chairs of the panel, yes. They were more keen, though, to see the action implemented by council as the ones who are going to make the decision for the vehicle to move forward with.
Yeah, because I do have concerns about a nonprofit organization or even going back to an advisory committee structure. We've done that before. And then I wanted just to dig into a little bit about attachment 2, which is your report, with specifically the strategic triangle, which I love, by the way. This is a tool that the Recover team previously used as well to understand complexity when we were part of the Harvard Bloomberg group years ago when I was at the city. I'm probably gonna run out of time, but my question would be, I would love to hear a bit of analysis of those 3 pillars in terms of the public value, legitimacy, and capacity when it came to you analyzing these 3 options. And I'll just build on that a little bit so you can think about it for my next round. Earlier, Councillor Paquette had a line of questioning around some of the challenges around especially legitimacy. Who would lead, you know, and who is best positioned to work on anti-racism out of all the people and groups and, you know, who sometimes may not have had the best relationships? Is it the city, right? And I think so that's kind of what I'm interested in, how you understand that legitimacy question and moving forward with this recommendation. You know, how do you ensure the collaboration table will have legitimacy and capacity and the public value? So I'll come back and you can think about that question.
Thank you, Councillor Tan. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for the work and for being with us today. I think my question ties in a bit to perhaps where Councillor Tang was headed, or just sort of narrowing down. I think the model is excellent. I think the way forward makes a lot of sense to me, just in a really concrete, tangible way. And I apologize if I missed this. Like, what's the vision around who is hiring the collaboration manager and where that individual sits? Are they internal to the city, or are they embedded in one of the existing organizations?
I think, Councillor Stevenson, that's a question we would probably pose to the collaboration table. Okay. So I think right now, like, I really see the collaboration manager as being almost like a governance secretariat role. So they're not really there to manage the process, they're there to enable the process and really assist with the community organizations around the table as they set their outcomes, as they figure out where the funding needs to go, as they figure out power structures, et cetera. So they're like the collaboration manager at the beginning is an enabler, and then I think we make them nimble as the community's moving forward.
Yeah, and I think just when I reflect on that proposed second step, you know, the city sort of being the initial convener and then potentially stepping back from that role, I wonder about the complexities again. If that collaboration manager is a city staff member, what does that transition look like? And maybe just the opportunity that exists again to sort of build on the organizational strength in the ecosystem, so that there's that arm's length, but also adaptability.
So I guess my answer is yes. We would essentially be thinking through all of that. But again, I think, you know, to move from collaboration, to move to essentially from number 4 to 5, when you look at that spectrum of community engagement, that is the ultimate outcome.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I'd welcome input from anyone on this question, because I think what I really admire about the work that has happened is that it has embodied the principles of what it wants to achieve, which is creating space, which is having equality, and sort of creating space. And then I wonder how that way, like, and I think that's so critically important. I think also having, I don't know quite how to phrase it, but having a lead driver there. And if that can happen collectively, then that's great. But I also wonder if there is room to have sort of a key agency, or if that just unbalances the balance, I guess. Any thoughts?
I think one of the things we're hoping the collaborative table and this model would allow for is a bit of a replication of what was made possible by the 7 of us coming together and working across boundaries. And so we were reflecting a bit earlier about what made it possible for us to work transparently, build trust, relationship, and all of these things in this way of working, where there are power imbalances or could have come up, right, potentially, and everyone comes with their own different types of power. But somehow in this collaboration, in this group, a container was created to do this work where we're working across these boundaries, where prior to this opportunity wouldn't have been as easy, wouldn't have been as possible. So I think it's a bit about replicating it when we're responding to complexity and complex challenges. It's one of the reasons, like, the not-for-profit maybe isn't the best model, is we're creating another institutional structure within a system that doesn't allow you to be flexible. And so creating, what we've tried to do is offer a way forward through, like, the least amount of structure required, which allows you to remain nimble and responsive to the challenges as they come up, and inherently challenging some of, like, the power structures. It would be probably easier to point to an organization and recognizing we're proposing not this, and this, but we don't know exactly what it looks like, but we have enough to move us forward to the next thing, I think is how we have to respond to these types of complex systemic challenges.
Yeah, no, that's exciting. I always abide by the approach of minimum critical structure, and I think that that's doubly important in this work that is sort of anti-structural or anti the systems that exist right now. So thank you for sharing that reflection.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you all and for your work and come to chamber to present this work. So my first question, and based on your presentation, there's 3 options for council's consideration, but the advisory panel's recommendation is a nonprofit. So that is what I saw on the presentation. So then my question to mover, so what's the specific rationale and to pick up, there's 3 options why we pick up the collaboration table there. What's the consideration, and we used it for that one?
Yeah, I'll probably go to Andre as well, because Andre been part of this conversation as well as being part of the chair of the panel. But I think having conversations among themselves and us having the conversation with them, we feel that collaborative model is most nimble, flexible model that will allow us to build on the work and mobilize so many other community resources that already exist in the community, instead of setting up an independent nonprofit organization that probably have its own mandate that might be separate from other organizations. Maybe Andre, you can.
Sure. I appreciate the question, Councillor, and I appreciate, Mayor, your context in this. I think what the rationale at the time with the advisory panel, it made sense during that time why we gave that recommendation of having an independent nonprofit society, but this work evolves. Anti-racism is not contained. We have an evolution, and we start to learn more about what is an appropriate response and what does it look like at a pragmatic level. And so coming to Harvard, we took the recommendations of the panel and we further fleshed that out because we have that time and opportunity and space, and to highlight the iterative work that is reflective of anti-racism work. I think that's why it makes sense now to suggest and give recommendation that the collaborative model is the most viable option from a flexibility and a community community perspective, just because, again, you're welcoming more perspectives in. And with the independent bodies advisory at that time, with the recommendation of the nonprofit, we needed more time from my experience. We needed more time to see the other options and to what can be viable and feasible at that going forward. And so that's why coming here and participating in Harvard gave us the opportunity to fully flesh out pragmatically, can this work here? And so this led now to the collaboration recommendation. So that was the rationale.
Thank you for that answer. I know this work, and then it's not short-term work. And if we need change systematically, and to see that change, and maybe it's a long-term and long-time work, and it's challenge work as well. So my personal experience feel that way too, and I believe many people will agree with me, and this is long-term work. So if the motion passed on the floor, this motion right now, we're not involved in any budget request, right? We're not involved in any money side. We just involved the structure and how we build this, what the goal is, what we want to do. So can you comment on that a little bit more?
So last year, as part of the service package, council has already approved a budget for whatever this mechanism of an independent body looks like. So the budget's already there.
So no matter it's which option we pick.
Yep, correct. The money
So the which option we pick will not impact how much money we required and to finish this
we
work.
will not be coming back with additional budget requests right now.
So no matter which model we picked, so we just based on that budget approved to do the work.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice, would you move a second round?
I haven't had
So
first
moved.
round yet.
Oh, my apologies, Mayor Sodi.
No worries.
First round.
No worries. Yeah. Just following up on Councillor Rice's question, the collaborative model also is more efficient use of resources, right? I understand, because there's only one position required, then balance of the funds can be used to empower community organizations or do the work of the collaborative.
Yep, that's correct, Mayor Soy. We really saw this as using a little bit of the money for a collaboration manager, but the rest of the money would essentially be able to get out into community.
Okay. Can you speak now the three pillars, one is within the organization, corporation, building that anti-racist corporation, then the grant funding for community organizations. How do you envision that grant funding kind of working with the collaborative model?
It's a great question and probably kind of like a part two of this. Yeah. I think that there's probably a couple of ways we can go about this. There is one more piece that is still outstanding in the anti-racism strategy, which is the development of Edmonton's long-term anti-racism strategy. So the combination of the collaboration table plus the high-level office that we have internally. I think as the collaboration model is hearing directly from community in terms of priorities, I do see us having a very open discussion with them. And not dissimilar to how we're always hearing from community and shifting some of where the money's going from a granting perspective. We would have a very open conversation, and if there's something we haven't thought about that the collaboration table is saying this is where you should put some of your granting funding, then we would be able to be as nimble as possible.
Got it. And I also want to follow up on Councillor Stevenson's question. I think that's a very good flag that sometimes in collaborative model, like who makes sure that work proceeds, right? Not being done from somebody's side table, right? It's or secondary work for them along with their primary responsibilities. Just want to make sure how that will be sorted out, so that focus remains and there's some leadership, ownership, and accountability.
This is with the collaboration.
Collaboration, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is all part of the process in terms of how we set it up, and I think the report actually does a really good job, the Harvard report, in terms of the design of the collaboration needs to be to share power, co-design governance, build mutual accountability, and then look for preparations for a stage 5 transition. So.
maybe I'd also add that, like, accountability, like what these things tangibly look like. And the example that comes up for me, we're working on a collaboration at Center for Race and Culture with ASA and Gateway Association, and it's 3 organizations working together. And there are ways to structurally put in roles and responsibilities. So there are different leads and roles, and so certain positions are housed within organizations. So there's lots of different ways to do that, where there's buy-in and responsibility along with resources that go to support it. I think it's just about being creative to come up with different ways to do that when there's not just one group or person responsible.
Cool. That's great. I will move the second round.
Thank you. Second round seconded. Please vote. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jens.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so if you can walk me through those 3 options and where they were in terms of the public value, legitimacy, and capacity.
I can start us off with the collaboration model. And maybe I'll start off by saying how we used this triangle to even assess the legitimacy of this group, like how we would offer public value and capacity. The challenges, I think something that comes up constantly, right, is the soft things, the relationships, and relationship being crucial in moving this work forward, and how do you create public value, how do you select a coalition. And I think one of the first places that the collaboration model allows us to dive into that a bit is in how we design, or how the selection process is designed for which organizations are invited into this process. And there's so much complexity there, and what even in the legitimacy or lack of legitimacy or perceived legitimacy of this group is being transparent and communicating. So I think that's where, and I won't speak to the other models, but for the collaboration model, I think our first challenge would be to look at legitimacy and public value through that selection process. And not doing it in traditional ways, but bringing in some of the foundational relationship, trust, accountability, how decisions are made into this, and with a deep understanding of what is required to actually do this work at a systemic level.
I guess where I'm trying to go with my question is, I'm assuming when you looked at 3 models, collaboration table probably fulfilled the 3 criteria the most compared to the others, right? Yes. Like a nonprofit, like who gets to be the ED, who gets to be, and then you then have this one single body that ultimately might not really be recognized as legitimate by a lot of different people. Mm-hmm. Whereas when you have a lot of different organizations who are already doing this work kind of around the table, that might seem to be more legitimate than others. So that's kind of where I'm trying to go, and I just wanted to hear a bit of thinking around that with those options. But that was great.
Yeah, and I will say, and I'll let somebody else take it, but I think those challenges are still present and need to be worked through in all of the models, because even in the selection of who are the organizations and groups coming forward, there's still a lot to unpack there, I think.
Yeah. Maybe I just switch gear a little bit. What is this collaboration table going to do? So cities going to convene groups who are already around. What are you going to accomplish? And I know that there's a piece around setting medium and long-term goals, but like, I'm sure if you can just kind of articulate that in a simple way. And I'm also curious, like, what do you hope will be different 5-10 years from now? Like, what would be different in this anti-racism landscape? Anybody?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. So I think pragmatically, what we recognized in terms of the advisory report was that there's so many siloed organizations working and doing the great work in respect to their own organizations, et cetera. I think pragmatically you need someone to, when we say convene, set up meetings, reaching out, going to talk to people, building that capacity of connectedness and community is important, and it's something that will dismantle that siloing effect, in my opinion. And so I think some of the things that we identified in the report, so for example, hate crime support system, we recognize there's a gap in responsiveness in some of that area. And so with this collaborative work, we could at least identify who's the best organization or in this collaborative that can respond accordingly and appropriately. And I think that's where we need to that gets the legitimacy, is we can continue building those relationships and understanding that we recognize people do a lot of different work in different areas in the anti-racism ecosystem. So how do we at least make sure that we don't miss anyone in this? And so a lot of the things is to make sure there's coordination, there's planning, there's, I think, investments long-term in terms of what was said for the long-term anti-racism strategy. And I think it's part of those steps to dismantle the siloing that is happening, but we just need to start somewhere in terms of that collaborator and having that manager at least to start building those steps going forward, and then building it out.
Yeah, and then sometimes that siloing is perhaps deliberate and over, hundreds of years of history. Kaylee, I would love to hear from you because I think you bring a really unique lens. And so, down the road, what do you think, what would you like to see be different?
Yeah, I think just kind of going off of what Andre shared, and one of the reasons why we really took to the collaborative table model is there's a lot of people who operate in this space who wouldn't call their work anti-racism work. And I think those people often get overlooked. Doesn't mean they're not doing work in anti-racism, like I would say Indigenous organizations, for example. We don't frame it in that way, but it certainly is exactly what we're working towards together. And so this collaborative model gives an opportunity to identify and recognize voices that are out there that maybe are not traditionally included. And certainly in this space, being able to be a part of this has been a real eye-opening experience to understand, even from our perspective at the Confederacy, what is the city doing on anti-racism and how can we become more involved and aware of it? And the collaborative model is going to be an opportunity for us to recommend and bring forward other organizations that we are working with to come into this space in a new, I think, in an impactful way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, just one additional thought I want to articulate and raise with Irfan on, following up on Councillor Tang's first round. You were part of Racism Free Edmonton. I think you worked at the city.
I did,
yeah. Right.
I was a race relations specialist.
And you've been following cities' work, corporations' work. Your thoughts, like where we were, where we are, and does this give you hope?
Sure.
On that we're making some meaningful, structural, tangible changes that will be strong enough to carry on instead of kind of withering away as we have seen some of the work previously?
No, good question. I think that's fair reflection. I know I shared that a lot with the group as well, just with that experience of the Racism Free Edmonton, federally funded project that we had. The work that CMART had done. So a lot of convening tables have come along the way. I think what's different right now, again, I referenced there's like accountability mechanism within city administration at a high level, and that wasn't there prior, right? Because I think at your time as when a councillor, you were kind of the main lead, relied heavily on that leadership. And so I think that's where we see the ebbs and flows go, is if you don't have it embedded, you rely heavily on individual leadership, that it kind of, fades and then comes back. And now I argue, just putting my commission hat on right now, that's what we're also trying to establish, that relationship here, really embedded. So, when my time's up and others are up, at least it's still embedded within that connection point. When we were sharing this with the other cities in Harvard, I think we were taken aback in terms of just how innovative they felt we're actually being. Like, we had even cities like Nashville as one example who have, historical legacies around racial bias and discrimination, not even getting to a space where we're able to have it how they saw with Edmonton, right? So even getting it on like city council agendas, getting productive conversations in the communities. So I think that's where I've seen, there's something here this time around that I think provides Edmonton to lead in this space. And then just lastly, I think oftentimes it's undervalued in just how much power and role city as a collective has in convening. It might seem like a small space, but when I reflect on the time with Race for Edmonton or even afterwards, when you're convening various sectors together to address an issue that impacts everybody, there's a lot of power there. And when you don't have city convening, you're relying on some of the other external, whether community groups, whether post-secondaries, each with their own lens. But I think the city is positioned in a unique way that, regardless of if you're a student at, this post-secondary, trying to access transit, it's really bringing people together multiple sectors. And I think that, to me, is where I always see hope with city as convener.
Do you also see this different in a way that the convening of the city is to empower, not to tell what to do.
Yeah, so that was one of the biggest dialogues we had, and that took us away from that nonprofit establishment model, because then you're almost recreating a new system to do the exact same thing. I think if we set up the terms of reference appropriately, I think if we provide good criteria and accountabilities connected to participating, it'll be something that'll be able to leverage it in the long term for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Seeing no further questions, we'll now move to debate on the motion. Is there anybody wishing to speak? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Tang.
I feel like I spoke a lot today. Well, first of all, I want to thank Mayor Sohi for his very initial motion that led to the anti-racism strategy. I know the last few years hasn't been easy working around this initiative, but I feel like this iteration, I think it feels different, but more than that, I'm seeing different tools being leveraged. I think different conversation we should have had 4 years ago, finally being had now. I've been involved in a lot of these initiatives as a community member. I'm seeing a lot of the tensions arise around who's the legitimate, who. I feel like oftentimes we get together and we talk about our experiences a lot, who experiences racism more than others. And oftentimes it falls apart because there's no legitimate body to really spearhead on solutions. So I think that's kind of what gives me a bit more optimism. And then just coming back to the strategic triangle, which I will highly recommend city administration to apply that to even other areas of complexity. We talked a lot about legitimacy, but also capacity. I think having council-funded resource to do this work of convening, yeah, it may seem small, but I think it can be quite powerful. And I've seen lots of different initiatives where the city has actually leaned into that role and generated different kinds of outcomes. And then the public value, I think the public value of this is really to create a city where everyone feels like they belong, no matter who they are. And as a result, we're a stronger community as a whole. So there's a lot I do like here. I'm glad we're not going back to the old ways of doing things, and I look forward to see how this will roll out. I know there's still a lot of unanswered questions that was brought up today that I'm sure you're all thinking about. And I'll just say, when it comes to convening, I've seen lots of different kinds of convening around this topic. And I think oftentimes issues around anti-racism, reconciliation, and settlement tends to get kind of meshed together, and it's actually not clear what roles and responsibility, who should be doing what, what's the right level of government to engage with, and what is kind of the path forward. So I think, but I feel like you all have had those conversations already, and so that's, again, what gives me optimism. Yeah, thank you for all the work. I know it's not easy, and thank you for all the staff, because I know this work is a lot of emotional labor for many of you as well, and for, of course, the panel, and actually the advisory panel and this current group. It is a lot of emotional burden as well, and so I hope part of moving forward, and I think I saw that in the report, is you also talk about how you deal with that and those tensions that arise. So thank you all for this report and presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Chan. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I quickly just want to say thank you again for the outstanding work and for how you are helping to lead our community forward. This is meaningful and important work for all Edmontonians. I think there's a growing recognition that human rights are universal, and if some people's human rights are being impacted, then we are all impacted as a result. And moreover, I think that this work is so essential in ensuring that we have all of the insights and skills and people that we need to be able to contribute to the success of our community moving forward. So it is big work, but really critical work to our whole community, and I'm really grateful to you all taking it on, and to our staff. Salima, for the phenomenal work that you've done to help steward this on behalf of our whole organization. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Would the mover like to close?
Yes, thank you so much. I conveyed my thank yous at 1:30 agenda item, but I want to convey that thank you to all of you again who were not here at that time. This work would not have been possible without your leadership, your participation, and your guidance. When I was running for mayor, I made this commitment, but at that time, I think that commitment was quite kind of limited and focused on dealing with hate-based crime and incidents that were taking place in Edmonton that time. But I think through the evolution of this work and engagement with Iraq and then further engagement with panel and everyone else and administration engaging with the community, this really evolved to be a very comprehensive anti-racism action plan. I think that is what I am very pleased about. Instead of being focused on one thing, it became a strategy. So thank you for guiding that work. I am also very grateful to Treaty 6 Confederacy for being part of this. This is the first time that we have seen city and community working together and coming together to really think more broadly when we talk about racism and discrimination, how that impacts everyone, but how it impacts different groups differently and different nations, different communities differently, right? So I want to thank you for being part of this. You know, there are 3 pillars to this strategy. We talk about those 2 pillars at 1:30 meeting. I am very pleased the work that first pillar of turning our organizations to be anti-racist has been embedded and being embedded, and resources are there. The staff is fully on board now, or new people have been hired to carry on their work, and the grant funding has increased considerably from $300,000 to $1.6 million to support community. And this was the last pillar of that strategy that we wanted to get to. So I think creating this collaborative table will allow us to move forward on building the capacity and community-based organization that will hold each other accountable, that will hold community accountable, institutions accountable, and will also hold our city council and city administration accountable. So really, really excited about that work. I know it took longer than expected, but in hindsight, maybe taking time was important. It was important to build trust. It was also important to heal, because there were difficult times in this process where we have seen difficult conversation sometimes turning into situations where people did feel that some form of harm was being caused, right? We need to acknowledge that, because this is very, very challenging, tiring work, because you're trying to change systems that have been ingrained in our history. And our society is built on marginalization, is built on, institutions that have created disadvantages for certain groups and advantages for certain groups. So I think the whole nature of colonization, slavery, impact of that, and those are ingrained in a culture, and you're trying to change that culture. So when you're trying to change that culture, there is a lot of distrust towards the institution, and that does create a lot of conflict and friction, and that cause some harm. So I think taking time probably was helpful for us to come to the place that we are today. And I'm very hopeful that further work will proceed at a faster pace because we took the time to get the foundation right. So once again, thank you to each and every one of you for all the work that you have done. Yeah.
Thank you. Please call the vote. I'm in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jens.
Yes, Madam Clerk. Oh, yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, councillors. We have both your votes. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried unanimously. I'll return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Thank you. Yeah. All right, let's go through the agenda first, where we are and where we will start. So we dealt with, no, we haven't dealt with 6.1 yet. We dealt 6.2. We dealt with 6.3. We dealt with 7.1, right? And 7.2. 7.3 was not selected. We dealt with 7.4. We dealt with 7.5. 7.6 is remaining. 7.7 is remaining. 7.8. Oh, we did not select 7.8, so we dealt with that. Then we have 9.1 in camera, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Just see if there's anything we can do in 7 minutes.
Whistle cessation. I was going to say whistle cessation.
Approval to stop train whistling at railway crossings? You think we can deal with that 7 minutes?
Yes.
Really?
Absolutely can. Unless other people have questions.
Okay. All right, well, go to, is there, I don't know if administration is here for 7.7. Anybody here for 7.7?
Mayor, sorry, let me just check with the.
You know what? It's okay. That's it. Don't worry, Craig. We'll take 6-minute early recess. We'll start tomorrow at where we have left off.
I was ready. I was ready to do it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. We will. We are on the recess until tomorrow morning. We'll start back at 9:30.